No way. No way. I don't even know what to do. Oh. Do I click on it? Do I click on it? I haven't even watched. I'm completely blind. I know no one is likely here right now. I guess I'll just click on it. Let's see. Refresh.
Of respawns goes down. This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful. In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times.
What? Respawn portals? Oh my god.
But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time.
What?
Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either.
Oh my god.
Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain items selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht.
Oh, okay, okay. I've missed everything, guys.
We're also
I'm
making
blind.
a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty.
Where's my
Rarer
druid?
uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find. This applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content as well. We spoke about towers and tablets earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets.
Unique tablets?
Each of these adds crazy interactions to the maps influenced by it. For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas.
Oh, that's so cool.
And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there.
Rogue Exile,
and
so I was
improvements
right.
to existing ones too.
Essences? Essences?
Now through this live stream we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added.
Quite a
new
few
runes,
crafting?
Corrupted essences, fractured mods, and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about. Recombination. Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge two items together,
believe I missed this,
hoping
guys.
to get the best elements of each on a single new item.
Dang.
This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost. That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and obliterating monsters. There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy.
Right.
It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues. For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com. Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2 and contain 6 microtransactions each and the full pack's face value in points. All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with GGG. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release.
Okay.
Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and many new microtransactions, including Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Okay, so no druid, and they only focused on endgame. So I was totally, they went the full endgame approach. Okay, all right. Yeah, sorry guys, I got totally F there. I missed it all. I'm gonna watch the first 30 minutes. Sorry guys, I know some of you guys were waiting for me. Sorry Ziggy. I'm probably gonna go watch the first 30 right now, if it's there. Let's see. Is it uploaded on YouTube? It is. Okay, so I'm just gonna watch this, you guys. Thanks for tuning into this stream. You guys are gonna see repeat. I'm really sad.
Hi.
But I'm blind except no druid. Okay? I'm blind except no druid. Here we go. All right. Here we go, guys. Let's see. Yeah, this is everybody. This is from the beginning because I am blind. I missed it. I had a work emergency. I couldn't hop. So, oh, hey, Kaylin, thanks for the T1, dude. I appreciate it. Very unfortunate that I missed it. I got absolutely effered, unfortunately. So I'm here now. I'm here now. All right. Looks like some of you are disappointed. Looks like some of you are happy with this. My immediate thoughts learning about this sounds like they completely went hard on the end game and did not add anything to the campaign. And they added the Huntress. That's all I know. They went hard on endgame. All right, so hard on endgame. I'm expecting new Pinnacle boss. I'm expecting like a new league mechanic-ish thing. I'm guessing there's no bestiary. I haven't heard anything about Einhar. Yeah, we're just gonna watch it. Here you go, guys. Let's do it. All right.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Welcome to GGG Live. Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched Early Access, so it's about time for our first major content update. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, which launches on April 4th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Executioner's Guillotine finisher effect. Now in today's stream, we're going to take you on a deep dive into the new Dawn of the Hunt update. We'll cover a new class, 5 new Ascendancy classes, and huge expansions on character systems like unique items and support gems. After that, it's on to the endgame improvements, including changes to systems, a bunch of new encounters, and lots of other content.
Bunch of new encounters.
We're going to finish up today with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. Now we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started with a trailer for Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt.
All right.
We as Mary are guided by the Spirit. It provides prey, shelter, even love. But for me, one day, all that were changed. The Spirit, it showed me something. Something forbidden.
What a gem.
And to defend all I loved, I used it. I lost everything that day. But fate weren't finished with me yet. I'll right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must, no matter the cost. I will hear the spirit once more.
Ooh, I like that. Ooh. Oh. Oh, we've got mounts. Okay. Whoa, 25 new skills. Asmerian wisps? What?
Don't make me kill you.
Rogue exiles.
I shall bathe in your blood.
100 plus? I don't care about the uniques. They gotta be good. Oh, shoot. That was a new boss. New map. Yo, screw that entire opening with the Huntress. That was where it was at. Honestly, screw 80% of that trailer. The music was good. This was the best part. This was the best part. Starting right here. Is Asmerian Wisps just Arc Nemesis? Oh my god. The biggest PoE shill? Bro, chill out. Chill the hell out, dude. I'm not in a good mood. Chill out, man. All right? I'm excited over the trailer.
I shall bathe in your blood.
Okay, the uniques look so good, but they have to be good. Like, they have to be good items. 100 plus new uniques means nothing if I never want to name a bigger shill. Crap. All right, you got me there. I'm the biggest PoE shill. These uniques look so good. They have to be good, though. Oh my god, that one looked... That set? Give me, go back. Holy, look at the deepest tower. Oh, it's so good. That's a new monster. They're using Act 4 bosses? Why the hell would they tease Act 4 bosses? Oh my god. You're telling me there's no Act 4? Are you guys trolling me? No, Act 4 would have been in the trailer. It would have been in the trailer. Oh, that was a weird cut.
Now, as you can see, in Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the first new class since early access to PoE 2, the Huntress.
No druid. Dreamcore was right. No druid. Dang it. Thanks, PKH, for the T1. No druid.
The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmeri warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range. The first skill you will get as a Huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode. The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times.
Okay.
You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage.
Okay.
In her offhand,
Cool.
the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, parry. While holding down parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy charge.
Interesting. That's cool.
Just be
Very
careful.
cool.
If you parry too much, you're going to get stunned and possibly killed.
Are you just going to use it in the
You can
early
combine
game?
this
I'm
combo with
curious.
Whirling Slash. Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the Whirling Slash. The Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks. You could use Lightning Spear to bounce lightning between your foes. Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do,
Oh.
they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast.
Interesting.
All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For
Oh.
example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave
Oh,
fire
that's
on the
cool.
ground. And
That's
these
cool.
empowered versions can activate even more combos. Using Whirling Slash over ground fire will suck it into the whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion. Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well. And you can do similar combos with ice.
Oh,
And
but
lightning
is it
too.
good? But will it do anything in
Now, a
endgame?
key aspect of hunting is
Ah,
exhausting your foes by causing blood loss.
That looks so
This
cool.
skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash, opening up wounds on your enemies. Follow up with Disengage and watch them bleed out as they run towards you. On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced, and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion.
Wait, what?
The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion.
Whoa.
If you want to
What?
cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed. Now, Explosive Spear and Rapid Assault both result in leaving spears behind.
Oh, I'm 100% league starting Huntress. Yeah, there's no chance I'm starting something different. Yeah, I'm starting the new class. I'm going to try to make spears work. A lot of new spear skills. My big question is, do they address the balance? I didn't see like a balance thing. Oh boy. I know. I probably want to play the new shiny Huntress though. Hear her voice lines. Oh my gosh, you guys. I don't even want to look at the chat. I don't know what I'm going to see. The skills look super cool. The whirlwinds are awesome. There's lots of combos, lots of disengaging. Are you ever going to use this in the end game if you're just like insta-killing everything? We're going to find out. We're going to find out. I'm not going to look at the chat.
Behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears? Detonate them, of course. Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies. Now, as well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a...
Beast! Is there bestiary?
Now, as well as hunting...
It says beast. Oh, come on. They just didn't tease Einhar. Einhar's here, right, guys? Stupid beasts. Come on.
animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion. You can only have one companion.
Okay, that's cool. But wait, only a Huntress can do this? Or is this a skill gem? Is this a skill gem or a you can get a quadrilla companion? Oh my god. Is it only beasts? What? Let me hear Jonathan say that again. What?
As well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it
Any beast? Only the Huntress?
and use it as a companion. You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your
It'll keep the mods that was on it?
ability to tame them. Now,
That's really interesting. That's interesting. He was very specific about the Huntress having this. I'm guessing it's a skill gem, though.
this is just the beginning of the Huntress.
And is there no Spectre?
We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options. There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress.
See, this is obviously endgame. This is not what freaking endgame looks like. I just don't know what to tell you. Unless they change the balance.
By endgame, you'll be slaying hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky.
I would love if this was the endgame. I would love if this was the endgame.
But we still haven't talked about ascendancy classes yet. What can the Huntress ascend into? Well, the first ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist. The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around you.
Dude, that's so cool. Look,
The
you even get the little boils on them. It's real. What?
Those enemies are slain, the boils will
What was
burst,
that
spreading
next
corrupted
node?
blood to all around your neck.
+1 ring slot. What? Oh no, Ingenuity's gone, guys. Ingenuity is destroyed. Holy shit.
The boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around
Move
them.
my cam, you can't see.
The Ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets. The Unfurled Finger skill allows you to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck. Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of all the rings and
What? What kind of... What? Oh my god.
amulets you have equipped. Now this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
That's really cool. That's really cool.
Specialize further into Ritualistic Sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself.
This is such a cool concept.
The Amazon Ascension is for those looking to hunt more than just beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies.
Oh, he's in a new map. Look, he's in a new map. Reveal weakness. 50%. What? What?
Enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars. While you
Whoa. This is some crazy shit. What?
The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars.
So you deal more damage when you're in these sections of the life bar. That's okay. So you do 50% more when you're chunking through this. Interesting. Okay. That's like a really small brain thing. Interesting. Oh, thank you, Soshiro. I appreciate it. Holy crap. That's so interesting. Also, thank you, Muscle Biber, for the Prime. I can pause because I missed this and we're not watching it live. So that's kind of I love the okay, I'll shut up. I'll shut up 1 sec.
While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact. The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and as Mary Brew to be able to use
Ho. Yo, what's that? What's that down there? What are those life flasks? What's with the flask? Wait, oh, it's right here. Life flasks also recover well, I'm an idiot. It just popped up on screen. She looks super fast, guys. Oh boy.
Ether Flask to restore both life and mana.
Interesting.
So those are the two new ascendancies for
Okay, Ritualist. Very cool in concept. Okay, I really love the concept. In action, I don't know. Like the whole blood sacrifice yourself or the enemies. The Amazon, I mean, she looks pretty cool. Okay, I didn't promise there to be a druid. I'm very disappointed that there's not a druid. But I like the Amazon more than the Ritualist. Yeah, guys, I'm freaking crushed that there's not the druid. And I'm crushed there's no axe, but it sounds like they went all in with endgame content here to really please the people who made it to endgame and really wanted more there, which obviously it's myself, of course. I just think I would have preferred like working on the axe as opposed to trying to work on the endgame loop right now. But that's not what they prioritized. So, okay, I'll shut up. Here you go. But I really like the Amazon. Amazon looked cool. She did look really fast though.
the Huntress. But those are not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new Ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too.
Only 3 other. Okay, so they teased 2 of them. 1 is going to be brand new. Okay. So 5 new Ascendancy classes.
First up, for our warriors out there, we have the Smith of Kitava.
Oh, the leak was real!
The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing
What? Did I just see what I thought I saw?
blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from
We'd be smithing in the maps. Interesting. Okay. 1, I also see map objectives in the corner. Ooh, spicy. Also, I see this person has no mana flask and no mana at all. Very interesting.
the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the
Holy crap. What is this?
ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation.
For how long?
You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you.
Oh, that's cool.
A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon, though. Their armor can be enhanced too. Now, you might think this Ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right?
Oh,
except now in true
boy.
blacksmith fashion, you
Did they solve armor on an Ascendancy? What?
get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points.
Wait.
If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on to those who prefer
Wait, do you still get to equip your body armor? Did I miss something? Do you not get to equip body armor? What?
any kind. So your body armor must be
armor
normal.
grants armor
Sounds like
also.
a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points. If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable.
Only white armor.
If you want resistances, take this
Okay.
one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on to those who prefer
But you have to spend Ascendancy points? Man, they really like taking away. They really like taking away. And you have no.
the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the Mercenary. Alongside the existing Ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician.
Oh,
The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like suppressing fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the right where we want them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to freeze. With a soldier's training, the tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the whoever pays best notable, you can place multiple banners at once. The watch how we do it skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of
Oh my
off-screen
gosh. Does every map get a boss now? That was a random boss at the end. That was Ravine with the Val Sol boss or whatever. The Zequatl. Interesting.
archers to unleash hell and carpet an entire area with arrows. Finally, witch players will be able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class. The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The Crystalline Phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain.
Oh, that's cool.
Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse. It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class.
Interesting.
So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there. Let's take a look at some of the new skills we've added. Now you may remember we've previously talked about the Raise Spectre skill. It's finally complete, and it will be made available in the upcoming expansion.
Nice.
It can be found in the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel.
Cool.
Raise Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost
This is
any
big.
monster in the game, which you can then summon in the skill panel. Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of
Very
weaker
cool.
monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters.
Ooh,
You can
Triceratops.
combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively spectres. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army
This
of
is
the
really
undead.
cool. This has a lot
Given
of
there are
potential.
hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2,
Yeah.
it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while.
Oh yeah.
We look forward to seeing which monsters serve you best.
This is awesome.
Now let's move on to our next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill. Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk about support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems.
100.
Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals. Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks.
Interesting.
But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as Enormity, Unsteady Tempo, Profanity,
Interesting.
Retaliate,
Okay.
Syzygy. Yep, that's a real word.
Syzygy. Okay.
And many more. Now we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support gems. But let's not forget about the core of a true action RPG, the items.
Oh, balance.
To start
Okay.
with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items.
Okay.
This time we've made sure to add uniques with a focus on mid and end-game tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher level characters. Let's look at some examples.
Okay.
Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large
Wow.
amount of fire damage based on your block chance. The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 elemental herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances.
Salutation.
Wastegate is a belt useful
Goodbye,
for builds
Spirit.
using a single resource like
goodbye,
Blood
Herald.
Magic or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now, we could go through these all day, but we'll leave most of them for you to discover. Suffice to say, though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our
Thank
goal
you.
is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through the end game as well.
Ooh.
One example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage.
Interesting.
We're also
Some dot
introducing a
support.
suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Kalgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique charms.
Oh.
Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from Ignite, but will also emit a devastating fire nova whenever you do get ignited. In sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now, we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new
These aren't
content that
new.
we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have 1 tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by endgame. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before. Our plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we add new content over time.
It's the crafting bench in socket form. Oh my. That's what it is. Oh my god.
And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmarian Wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame.
Okay.
The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness. You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, an Asmari hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way.
Hey, this is a Path of Exile 2 only League mechanic sort of thing, right guys?
As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmari culture. This one is a wisp of the Great Bear, and grants enemies extra life and stun. The wisp moves faster the closer you are, and as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new power.
So this is a mix of literally, it's torment and affliction, right? It's tormented spirits, right? Yeah, with like affliction wisps.
Full ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun. But on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe,
Did you guys see it? Did you see our druid? Did you
top
see
of
the
that,
druid?
it will periodically summon a large spectral
see him?
bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The Wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will call down
There's no way maps are maps like, did they talk about balance? This is a map.
large tornadoes to protect their host. The Wisp of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits
Okay, is this confirming the animal forms too? Cat form, bear form, wolf form?
that will attempt to tear you limb from limb. If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence. Like
What?
the Wisp of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses.
Oh, that's so cool. I love that. That's so good.
Asmerian Wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items.
Oh.
Each one may only be used on a specific item slot. As mentioned, the Asmerian Wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new endgame map called the Asmeri Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmeri once lived, now overrun with corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmerian Wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmerian Wisps
That's
can also be
cool.
further
I love
modified
that.
by the
That's
endgame Atlas
good.
tree as well,
That's good.
and by tablets. But I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in in-game, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
They don't talk about the balance. Wow.
Hi,
Okay.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. There's a ton to talk about with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes.
Oh boy.
The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new...
Okay, well, sorry. I just need to address this. Guys, I'm not talking about individual balance changes. I'm talking about if they thought the way the game played, Cruel and Onward, was what they anticipated. And if they intend to continue that way. It's obvious if they don't address it here and in the interview with Ziggy D. Yes. Okay, that's it. Which is fine. I'm shocked that they didn't address that. That's all. Like, pre Path of Exile 2, it was, we're going for an engaging, methodical gameplay experience, and in Cruel and Onward, and like the end game, it turns into a very much brain off, honestly, as soon as you get your character ready, you're just blowing up screens, right? It's PoE 1.5. It's not PoE 2 as was pitched for 5+ years, right? And they aren't addressing it here. That's shocking to me. If you ask anyone, or sorry, not anyone. Okay, if you ask me or Dreamcore or everybody who was talking about this, right? That was our number one thing. They're gonna talk about, okay, you know, yes, this is our vision. They're not doing that. My guess is, yes, it was their vision. It's Hakate, thanks for the T1. Pabla Ziog, thanks for the Prime. I appreciate it, man. That's it.
New maps.
Not DM and Gazi. Hopefully Ziggy brings it up today in the Q&A. Oh, new maps. Okay, cool. They're bringing in Act 4 maps.
As well as the Asmeri Ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps, all with their own custom encounters.
Oh, well,
Let's
that's custom encounters is big. That's awesome. Yo, Garf. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, power creep's already on the rise. We'll see. Thank you, Garf. I appreciate that, man.
Start with this one. The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss. You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon another. And another. And another. And another. You have 10 total waves of boss fights which get incrementally more difficult. If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes.
Oh my god. Okay, that is cool. That is awesome. Oh my god. Greater Rune of... Yeah, guys, they're buffing this, PoE 2 as was promised. I'm just saying, It's dead. I'm pretty sure. That's a big thing to say. Do you see this right here? 8% increased skill speed? Holy sh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Lightning thorns damage? Yo. I mean, that looks so freaking cool. Did you guys... I'm just going to accept it. I'm just going to accept it. It is PoE 1.5, and it looks way cooler. Log in. Okay? So I'm ripping the Band-Aid off. Here you go. 1, 2, 3. All right? PoE 1.5. Let's go. This is badass. Holy...
And another.
Oh!
And another.
Oh my god.
And another. You have 10 total waves of boss fights, which get incrementally more difficult. If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map. The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured
PTSD. PTSD. Oh my god. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting two of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult.
That's awesome.
If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it. The item contained within is a new base type, either an amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other. The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center. It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence, and be added to the imprisoned map boss. How brave are you? How many essences will you add to the boss? Overdo it, and you might lose everything.
That is
Underdo it,
so
and you
cool.
might regret it. It's your choice.
That's awesome.
Speaking of essences, alongside visual improvements,
Awesome
you're
idea.
now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences, with a range of unpredictable outcomes.
Thank you. Screw remnants of corruption from PoE 1. Just use Valorbs.
It could increase the number of essences, reroll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences.
Okay, that's cool.
What if they're already greater essences? Well, it can upgrade those too. We have 4 new corrupted essences. Essence of Hysteria, Delirium, Horror, and Insanity. Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, the Essence of Insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of these has their own crafting outcomes. The Essence of Insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Varlorb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments. It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too, if you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn.
Please be accessible. If I never see one of these in game, I'm gonna be pissed.
Earned by completing 5 different unique maps. Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that it could be lurking around any corner.
Awesome.
So, we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run. On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue.
Holy sh! These guys have drip. Oh my god. Are these not the coolest characters you've ever seen in PoE? What the hell is this quarterstaff? Oh my god. These guys look awesome.
Exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players, and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation.
And they drop them, right? They drop them, right? They drop the items that they're wearing.
Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground. So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different depending on the items they come equipped with. These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster.
That is
They
so
have
cool.
capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Calm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat.
Kind of like Betrayal.
Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes. Strongboxes are chests with
baby.
modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat to access the loot.
I know what they
Let's
do.
take a look at 2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone. Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare.
Look how strong he is.
Each time you defeat the monstrosity,
it's
the
a low-level
Strongbox
map.
revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster. With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding. This Strongbox is infused with thaumaturgy from ancient Faal technology. Eshel's Torment has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific corrupted outcome. You'll have to find the other 2 for yourself to see what they do. Now, let's talk
Please let me find them. I'm gonna play a lot. I hope I find them. Very interesting. What are you guys talking about? 6 portals. What?
about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However, in practice, the quest objective just sent you on a grind to clear 15 maps. We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting. Now, Doriani is tasking you with a more specific objective. On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before, but we've done significant work on improving these monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the Nexus, you will have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations
okay.
of corruption itself.
That's cool.
After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw.
Oh, look, it shows you the map objectives in the upper right-hand corner. And it said kill all the rares, so you still have to kill all the rares. Thank you for the Prime, Contra Keela. Appreciate it.
Crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree. The upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps.
Okay.
We didn't stop there though.
Oh.
When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps.
Oh.
Cleansed maps also have new monsters,
Ooh.
a new boss,
Oh my
and
gosh.
their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies.
Fracturing orbs? Oh, shoot.
These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured.
Yeah, that's never
a fractured
going to happen,
modifier
by
is
the
one
way.
that cannot be modified by any
that-
means.
You don't get that.
you are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess.
Why would the cleansed maps have these crazy ass monsters in them though? Do you see these crazy
Both
monsters?
have
Look at
rewards
that.
to
Look at that.
entice
What
you
the hell?
and challenges to assess. Now, let's have a talk about towers. One thing.
Holy shit. Is this the moment? Let's talk about towers. Here we go.
We've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets. The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically. So there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful.
Thank you.
To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics. But that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before. But because there are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the Waystone, you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd slot.
Easy.
Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers, while drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do. On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including bosses. Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here. The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. Who will win? Hopefully neither.
That's really cool. I really love that.
The boss of the Sinking Spire map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning. It uses a full suite of lightning abilities.
I think
But be
that's
careful.
Blackjaw.
If any of them hit the surrounding constructs, they will power up. Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining Waystones. As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain Waystones were dying a lot. A lot more than we had expected.
Oh boy.
And that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the endgame, you're effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain Waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps. The first change we're making is you can now...
I'm sorry. Does this not look cool? Like, what if this was the speed? I don't know. Just saying. This isn't how the game's gonna play. But look, isn't this cool? You use multiple.
As you run your first maps.
He was using multiple.
The first change we're
abilities
making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die.
5 portals?
Continuing from where you left off. When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map.
Okay.
As you add more modifiers to a Waystone, the number of respawns goes down.
Oh my god.
This means that as you get to the point that you're running every Waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful.
Okay. Complete player agency. All right.
In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time.
Okay.
Another complaint we've seen a lot...
Wait. The boss health didn't reset. What are the... Wait, so you can...
system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time.
Oh, it did reset. Wait. Did it reset or did it not reset?
Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either. Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain items selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht. We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find. This applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content as well. We spoke about towers and tablets earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets. Each of these adds crazy interactions to the maps influenced by it. For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas.
Oh, thank you.
And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too. Now, through this livestream, we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods, and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about: recombination. Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change.
Yes, this
recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge two items together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item.
You called it,
this
right,
new
Scrims?
crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost. That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and obliterating monsters. There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues. For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com. Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2 and contain 6 microtransactions each, and the full pack's face value in points.
I have thoughts.
All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
All right. It is happening indeed. I mean, I'm a little late to the it's happening thing. Okay. All right. First up, elephant in the room. All right. Before we do Q&A, I don't even know if we watch Q&A or not. Let's do no, 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 not even, yes, this, okay. No, yes, we don't know yet. No, 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 yes, Yes. No. No. Well, yes. Actually, yes. Sorry. Rogue mechanic. Yep. Okay. No. No. Okay. So we've got yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. And then this. All right. So no. Yeah, let's arrange the bingo board. Okay. Yes, for existing skill categories, we saw like 2 skills. I think 3. Oh, you're right. You're right. Oh my god, fractured orbs did return. Oh, shoot. What? Let's just ignore that. Wow, look at that. Okay, guys. So we actually, on release, okay? Use the fill with green. Genius. Boom. Okay, guys. Okay, this could be true once we get the patch notes, right? We don't know yet. This, I mean, bestiary, Einhar, whatever, right? We're close. We're close to a bingo. We're actually close to a few bingos. Secret Einhar. I am shocked that there's no Einhar. We do get to have our own beast. Oh yeah, fracturing is a big gamble. Yeah, we're not getting Einhar, guys. We're not getting Einhar. We were really close though to bingo there and a bingo here. And a bingo Chris Wilson. Right? No, we're not close there. Well. Okay. So there is a Q&A with Ziggy D also happening, guys. It's still going on, so they definitely went long. Okay. So let's see. Thoughts. Initial thoughts. Crafting is massive gambling still. It sounds like, right? No druid, no new axe, huge focus on endgame. All of the endgame additions looked super cool. Right? I think all the endgame additions look great. Yeah. What else? You know, does rarity still affects currency? You know, I don't know what balance looks like. I don't know if they talked about balance here or not. We can't really start from the beginning of the Q&A. We can't like play back on Twitch, unfortunately. So I'm super curious. Oh, okay. Patch direction for me. I'll literally go 5 out of 10 for reveal. Hey, I'm being straight. You guys want me to be straight? 5 out of 10 right now. Okay? That could change once I play. But it's like there's a lot of endgame additions, right? It looks like a lot of cool new stuff to find in endgame. We'll see how it feels. We'll see how it feels. Right? Yeah, they're having a reset. Can I watch the VOD? Actually, not resetting economy is kind of not a good idea. What do you think, Try? No, they're resetting the economy. There are new leagues to reset the economy. Can I watch the VOD? No. Oh, really? I can go to the PoE profile, past broadcasts. Okay, I didn't know that. I'm a Twitch. I'm a streamer. What do I? I don't actually know how to do it. No, I actually can't touch anything. Here you go. Not actually loading now. Now my screen is like frozen. Oh my. Yeah, that's not good. I think it's like a 5 or a 6 out of 10 for me. A 5 or a 6. I think all the endgame changes look really cool. Yeah. That's what they decided to focus on. It would go up higher if I heard about like the design choice of the game. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Let's see. I'm very curious here. Okay.
Fix. Thanks for joining us today and
Let's do
checking
it.
out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new in-game.
Are there any
next
changes
week.
I dislike?
We'll be
No. I think all the stuff presented is really cool. It's the lack of stuff that was shown. The number one thing, my interview with Jonathan has been like pushed. I don't know. It got pushed for now. I don't know. Seems like a lot of I hope all the stuff isn't really rare. I hope people who don't play the game, like who play the game maybe for an hour or two a night, you know, in the peak season, right? Or like a week after launch, right? Are going to be able to find all these really cool things. And they're not all crazy rare, and I'm never going to be able to find them and interact with them. Omens are really cool. I've never touched omens in any real form. Greater Essences, decently cool. I found 5 Greater Essences. If all this stuff is beyond rare and I'm never finding these cool, unique maps, I found 2 Moments of Zen, right? I found 1 tropical Untainted Paradise. If all these unique things are like, okay, you need to run 300 maps to find this really cool new thing in Endgame, then I'm just not a fan of it. If it's all just an RNG fest in Endgame, then I'm just not a fan of it. I don't know. There you go. I know I'm being a little a shit face right now, but you know, sorry.
begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
I really hope they talk about balance. Good night, PKs. Right. Let's see.
Good morning, Exiles, and welcome to...
Oh, do they fix this?
...portion of today after a very exciting reveal with lots and lots
They
of
fixed the audio?
exceeding my expectations, particularly in crafting. But on that note, we're joined here by Jonathan and Mark to talk about all that we've seen today and more.
The audio was on their end, not on my end, guys.
And you had an update about the recombination.
Yes, that's
first,
right.
though.
That's right. Yeah, so we actually last night had a bit of a design session and realized that we weren't actually fully happy with the way the recombination worked.
I have
So
maxed
actually
it
made
out
quite
for
a
you
big
guys.
change to it, which wasn't reflected in that video, obviously. Which is basically that we sort of wanted to give a bit more control to the player over how recombination works, and we also kind of weren't really happy about the fact that recombinators is something that like
They
kind of
fix
matters a
audio
lot
10
for
minutes
really
in.
ultra in-game players.
I can barely
But
hear it.
wasn't
Uh-oh.
something that was really mattering a lot for like the people who effectively got access to the feature at the start. Effectively, like the more you're wanting
That's
to
better.
design the item, the less of a chance of actually having success. So you,
Okay,
that
they're
means that
talking
if you
about
just wanna get, like, a
recombinating.
mod- if you want to get
I
an
don't think
item
there's
by looking at
subtitles,
these two
guys.
mods that I found off the
It's
ground,
Twitch.
that's relatively easy. If you want to get an item which has all of them, then very hard. So we think that's a much better design because it means you can kind of use the recombinators actually become something that you can use even from a relatively from
They're-
the first point you get them.
They're talking about how recombinators are more deterministic, apparently, and they make it easier for you to get, items that you prefer with mods you prefer.
Incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that, but like 4 mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for, that kind of thing, and then exalt the other 2, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the new design of that. So hopefully that'll be in by the time 02 comes out. We've kind of got a plan for doing that. Yeah, like I think it's a much better design than what we had before for recombinators.
If it's not there for 020, it'll be
Yeah,
as
very
soon as it
soon.
can afterwards.
Very soon,
But yeah, spur of the moment, night before the live stream design sessions.
Yeah.
But
Been a few of those.
increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly, took way too long to get to the point of us actually going, "Oh, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice." So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Recombination definitely felt like something that was both really high end in terms of the crafting that it was intended for, but also just even understanding it. This seems much more intuitive because
Yes, you just pick what you
selecting
want.
the mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end of crafting, though. Like,
It might end up being, but I'm not like it sort of depends on how the numbers come out. Because we only just designed this, we need to still work out like exactly how the numbers end up looking. But I mean, look, we have to make sure. Obviously, whenever we're designing any crafting system, we have to be really sure that we're not like screwing over finding stuff on the ground. So you have to sort of have that balance, and that's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
Thanks
One
for the
difference
Prime
here,
Devil
though,
Joe.
of course, is if the
Thanks for
success
the Prime
chance
Waffle
fails,
Rocky.
both
items just
both
deleted,
items
yeah.
are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So it's
Whether
basically
or
percent
not
chance
that's
for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So
Roughly, what do you think you try to pitch just choosing 2 mods at? Like,
it depends on what mods you're selecting. But I'm kind of thinking
Okay.
kind of like 35.
So apparently there is another functionality of recombinating coming that allows you to completely select the mods of the items you want to recombinate, up to 4 modifiers, but it has a chance of destroying both items completely. And they're trying to get it integrated into 0.2. That's essentially what they're talking about, you guys.
5%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal mods, that kind of thing.
them both
Like
to
for them
go
both,
over?
for them both. For if you pick 2,
Yeah.
and then but we'll
it
see.
kind of depends. Again,
It kind of depends. We'll see how we have to do
higher
some
tier
mathing.
mods are rare, and
Yeah, exactly. So it sort of
it
depends on the
also
situation.
the other thing is it's going to now have a fixed cost, so it's not going to
Yep.
you know.
And the idea is
dollar
like
based on
and the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough to do a recombination. So you're going to be doing them like relatively often as you're doing expeditions.
so is the part of Expedition where you get to craft with the NPCs still a thing then? Now that you're adding this?
Yeah, I mean you've still got that whole mechanic, and like so it's effectively it's competing for the artifacts.
See you, Zao.
Yeah.
Between recombinations
IT
versus
Giant Spain.
buying things from that other way.
So is there some buffs intended for that then to make it more competitive?
Not
with...
yet. It definitely needs some love in the future, but not at this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
Seems like,
changes
the
to the
systems
item
kind
crafting.
of go hand in hand, where one
with
is
the vendors.
giving you items that you can then potentially recombinate.
That is also true. You can use the ingredients of one in the other, or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another. Yeah.
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure, because there was a lot announced there, which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But firstly, though, just a quick clarification on the league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new players joining us.
Right.
If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character. But a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start, and that's also really important for you guys as well.
For
right?
sure, yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
thanks for the
basically, if
gifted
we don't
subs.
like any character that's like
Thank you,
come from
J-Rock
before, you're
2004.
just not gonna like because the balance is so different and because so many things have changed. There's like no point in even listening to feedback for someone who's playing in the old league. Like it really has to be that you're doing the fresh start, and we're sort of seeing how things go in the new economy. So like we were really sort of it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make it so that all the content is exclusive, or rather like what amount of content would be exclusive to the league versus not. And the issue that we had is that so I mean like a league means something in Path of Exile. In order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features. And the original thing we were thinking about doing that way would be the Asmeri and Wisps, but there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics and stuff with that. So like we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league. And at the same time, we've also got a lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2, never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit like we kind of were deciding like, okay, should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do is for the next league that we do, we'll actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on.
Oh, interesting.
But, yeah, it's a little bit funny because like in early access is a bit of a different situation, and so.
Is it a
we'll sort of
different
see how this
situation,
goes
though?
anyway. But certainly I would encourage everyone just
Thanks
like,
for the
starting
Prime,
in
Super
on a
Redbird.
character, I think you'll have a much better time because obviously if there's structural changes to the passive tree. It's like if you log in with your character, you're going to have like your tree's going to get reset. You have to do stuff. There's things like that are going to happen that mean that and also just balance changes, right? Like huge numbers of them. So you're going to have a better time playing from the start.
That's it. And
Ask about
speaking
balance.
of the Huntress, then, so we saw initial
Dang it.
Huntress quite some time ago now and had some hands-on time with it and things, but I certainly, having played that before and played it now recently, the Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
So what was the, how hard was it to get it ready for release? What was kind of the key there?
I mean, it's funny because class design is one of those things where every time you add something, it can make you
Druid.
reevaluate everything else, which is why
Druid.
it's so hard to predict
Yes.
like how
Druid.
long a class will take. So like it changed a lot since the last time we had we were showing Huntress. And honestly, like, it's like while there are some skills that you will still see, like it just plays completely different. And I mean, whenever we're looking in like how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to like what is it's the special about the character class? Like how can we double down on that to make sure it feels different? So with the Huntress, you've obviously got spears as a base type. The key difference between a spear and any other weapon type is that you can both use them at melee and you can also use them at range. You can throw them. And so because of that, we really were just really trying to incentivize everything possible so that you use both of those things.
Okay.
And action RPG players, they generally speaking, the balance can often be such that you only really want to do one thing and do that one thing well. So trying to incentivize the kind of ranged and melee is, quite a thing.
Here we
and I mean,
freaking
the way we
go.
do it effectively
Let's
is try
see.
to make sure that like there are combo chains where, a ranged thing can combo with something that's melee and a melee thing can combo with something that's ranged, and then also give you good abilities to move between the two states. And so that kind of means that you end up with a very like agile character, like you're constantly moving like backwards and forwards and kind of moving around. And I would say that like given that it's the Dex character, that it's good that it feels that way, that it feels the most agile of all of the melee character classes. That's been
That sounds exciting. I like the agility of the monk.
There are, in terms of changes, I mean, look, there are just changes all the time. Like the frenzy charge thing was like relatively late in development. Like there's like quite a lot of things going on that just meant that the field kept on evolving. And another big one, of course, was parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working. And Mark, Mark was the one who saved it. Honestly, like I was like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's gonna work. And then you were like, okay, I think we're gonna save this.
I was like, give me a week.
Yeah, exactly. And it works completely differently for most games, because in most games, obviously, with parrying, the way that works is that you have to time like to push the block button at exactly the right time. But that's just something that just wouldn't work in our combat system, because you're often packs of monsters. It's just like you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game. And at the same time, we need to make something where there's going to be like, if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to, you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff.
Yes.
So having it so that the parry, like it always parries, but it's then taking advantage of what the parry does to the monster by following up.
No
with
new
something that's
acts.
going to give you like
Nope.
explosion.
They
or something
focused
like
on
that to kind
endgame
of
for
deal
this
with the pack.
expansion.
That's something that sort of allows. That
I think
counter
purely
gameplay to work in
endgame.
our
I mean,
game.
I'm sure there will be
So,
balance changes.
You've kind of
but-
got 2 primary parry follow-ups. You've got the frenzy charge one, which dashes back. Which means that you don't have to worry about the monsters hitting you, and then you've also got the one that there's another one which I don't believe we showed there, which called Fangs of Frost, which does a counter where you attack with ice, which freezes the pack. So it's another way to kind of. So in both cases, you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you, and that was kind of the biggest challenge I think that we had with that.
Yeah, I'll also make note of there was a support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate a charge too, so it doesn't even have to be the backflip.
Yeah,
Ziggy,
in that case, there
come
is
on,
also-
man.
Your own parry.
Yep, and then
follow-ups.
of course there's always Sniper's Mark, and there's like there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential option as well. Like you've got a few different ways to generate them.
Because parry guarantees a light stun.
Yeah.
You always get that small window to actually engage or do a thing before before you're under danger again.
And I'll tell you this, like, I am one of those players who never parry, right? In any game ever, because I can never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that, but it feels really good. You've
Awesome.
both managed to make it something that's easy to do because you can just hold the button down and
Yeah.
parry at any time. There's no skill involved in
Okay.
that.
I just have a fundamental disagreement with a lot of people who believe that endgame is what people should be focused on, right? Or what they should be focused on, and it's not my game, and this is just my dumb opinion, right? I just feel like if it's early access and the goal is to get the full game out, right? The game, which is mostly the acts and the classes, that would be the primary focus of the game, but because so many people complained about lack of end game, and that is what they have focused on for this expansion, for this league. That's the decision that they decided to go with. But I'm still the number one thing that still could be addressed has not been addressed in my view. The number one thing. I'm shocked.
But at the same time, you
I am.
incentivize making it
I don't know
so
if you
that
guys can get
you
that,
do want
but
to still
I'm
try and time it as best you can.
I mean,
personally.
we're
But-
talking here about using multiple skills to like freeze a pack and then, dash back from the pack and then shatter the pack with the 100. Let's see.
Well, how have you done that? How have you made it so that like you actually still want to kind of play it skillfully?
Well, I mean, ultimately, anytime you're holding down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right? So you still
Exactly.
want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time, like the timing is just not like, not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that like once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the token on the
chunky.
monster. It's very chunky.
When are you parrying?
it
Won't
means
you
it's
just
very
kill
obvious when you're
everything?
supposed to counterattack.
I'm
So, yeah, I'm very
confused.
happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize like
True,
how
Super
bad
Redbird.
shields are in
Yes.
comparison, which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute, which we'll see if it makes it into 020. I was playing around with it last night.
Yep, this
and,
was 8 p.m. last
yeah,
night.
Yeah, 8
at
p.m. last
Jonathan's
night, exactly.
you
I was
messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it. And I won't talk too much about how that's going to work, but effectively we want to make shields, the shields better as well, and kind of build something into those to make them more interesting. So that's the plan there. We'll see if it makes it for 020.
Yeah, following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah,
And then that
100%.
feed into other skills and things like that as well.
100%.
There's a lot of room.
Like, I don't think what people understand. I'm just gonna like when you add all these new classes and all these new, I don't know. I'm not a developer. When you add all the new classes, you add all the new skills. You add all the unique items. You get the passive tree. You get the ascendancies out. You get the acts in the game. You get the flow from Act 1 to Act 6. Jonathan less than a year ago was saying, you need all 6 acts in the game so you know what the flow from Act 1 to Act 6 to end game is like, or you're not getting valid feedback. You're not getting valid feedback on how the game feels, and then you focus on the end game. I feel like bare bones end game is what you do and you say, we're focusing on the experience of the game for release into 1.0. End game's going to be bare bones. We can add some stuff to it, but it's not going to be a lot. And like I said yesterday, new act stuff trickles down into end game. New bosses, new environments, new base types, so on and so forth. And they just went the total opposite approach, right? I feel like they're going to have to rebalance and redo parts of endgame constantly because people are always going to ask for that. That's another thing. Like, people are going to play the shit out of this endgame, and then in 4 months, they're going to be like, well, I want new stuff in endgame. Where's my new stuff in endgame? And then in the next 4 months, it's going to be, well, I've played a lot of endgame. This expansion is going to come with endgame stuff, right? I have played Path of Exile 1 for 6 years now. That is how people are every time. Every time. People are playing this game like it is a fully released, non-early access game, and they are expecting new shit to play in endgame and to spend hundreds and hundreds, if not, 1,000 hours in the endgame. That's not me. That's not me. So that's just my opinion. I just thought different game, different play. I'm very jaded. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. Holy God. Okay. But there's not much of it in the end game. Nobody is going to be pleased. Guys, and the stuff that they added, it all looked really cool. If you only find that boss rush map 1 in every 500 maps, I'm never going to find the bus rush map. That looked badass. Awesome job designing it. Am I ever going to find it? Right? I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm mad. I feel my
to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very, very combo heavy, and she has the deepest combo chains out of anyone.
Combo
so far,
heavy.
even exceeding like things you can do with Monk.
Mm-hmm.
You got 3-4 different skills deep of things you can start to synergize together. So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than like onerous, for example.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when, like what you can do and when you can do it. And I think the other thing that's really to our advantage here is reusing skills in multiple ways, so you can make a deeper combo chain without requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that, you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain. And that's an idea, I think, that I'd like to try and explore more, because I think that it is a cool way to kind of extend the combo chain, as I said, without sort of getting too many things involved, and that makes it a lot cooler. So I'll think a bit more about, how we can apply that to other classes and other skills, but it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects, you're able to combo with anything that creates a ground effect. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Like I added shocked ground to the backflip skill, or I got a companion pet that
Nice.
had a shocked ground
Nice,
aura.
nice.
As like that was just
Yeah.
there and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes
Yes.
you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happened to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of fun. Yeah. But it's been it's just a lot of fun to play. You know, the first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire, and like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh, yeah, sweet. It was just like a really cool moment where it just sort of interacted with the environment, which was really fun.
It always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects or a boss fight that just has burning ground everywhere. It's like sweet. So how do you go about balancing though when you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build that is just bonk?
I mean,
Wait, but all of the classes have combos. There's just no reason to do they all have combos. Don't they all have combo? Am I crazy? What did he just ask? Ziggy. All of the classes have combos that you can do, but people don't do them because there's no reason, because you're just gonna pop everything.
you have to ultimately make the combos matter, right? And I think actually that's one of those things that we're trying to really focus on with the balance changes we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally, is making sure that even, like, I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by end game in a way that, like, I want to make sure it still feels rewarded.
A little bit.
And so we were sort of doing various checks, you know, like recently about, you know, like as a random example, right? Like, so on the Mercenary, we found that doing, you know, but when you get to endgame, doing armor break, sorry, what's it called? The armor piercing that causes armor break, followed with high velocity rounds, is just worse than just using high velocity rounds. And that's like really bad, right? Like, we have to make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance by endgame kind of degenerates in a way that that doesn't support the combo anymore. And so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing.
Oh, patch notes are going to be so
we're really trying to make
interesting.
sure that we're bringing some of that, you know, improving some of that stuff.
Do you think he's just trying to be really soft here and not like get people all riled up? The opposite of what I just was, and that the patch notes are going to be pretty heavy-handed? You think? Or am I coping? Am I coping here? Because he's just saying a bit and a little, or, you know, sometimes. Bro.
as well as we're making the balance changes.
So do you have like a baseline there of where like the really simplest build should be, the build that just bonks? Like,
I mean, you mean in terms of damage or in terms of like what it does? You know, I mean, we always want you to be able to build that way, but
players have to do a combo.
I mean,
like, for
no,
people who don't want
ultimately
to,
you never have to, right? But it sort of what it means is that
You are encouraged not to. You are encouraged not to bonk. Thank you for the gifted T1 sub, Visual Sorrow. I'm sorry for being, I don't know, guys. I'm being a jaded ass right now. I swear it's not because I had to stay extra for work. I swear. And Tula, thanks for the prime, dude. Stay sane, Exile.
that you know, you are sacrificing something. And look, the ideal situation is that, like,
What
you
are
don't
you
feel like you have to do
sacrificing?
combos, you feel like you want to do combos,
Yes.
right? Like, because you feel rewarded for them. It's like, should feel like a fun.
That's
like,
right.
I can add this, you know, like it's the feeling you should be getting.
Yep. I think the Huntress is doing that very well. Must have been like extremely hard because I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well before.
Right. Well, I mean, it does require a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the cutting room floor because you try them out and then you realize, well, if this is in the game, then that's the only thing I'm ever going to do. So you got to be really careful about that stuff. For
Certainly playing the Huntress now makes me go back and look at the other classes and be
Yes.
like, we need to up that
Yeah.
the level there, and we missed the
Yeah,
mark a little bit now because this is better. And
Right.
who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question even this? But
Sure.
you know,
But that's the way it is with class design.
that's
It's
what he
just
says when
always-
we like
Yeah.
literally when you make a new class, you question everything. He's
Right,
not
right.
understating the
Yeah,
level
yeah,
of
yeah.
questioning everything.
Yeah, do you see like going back to the monk at some point and looking for more like opportunities to link skills together with
I mean,
combos
we
and
haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet already,
Yes,
and we need
true.
to add more
That's good.
pieces.
That's good to
We've
hear.
got-
I think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and then aren't in the monk currently. Just
Yep,
you know,
range are the same.
Yeah,
There was
yeah.
extra poison skills. It was intended to be more chaos darts. There's all kinds of stuff. We have to obviously at some point fill all of that in. Hard to say when, but we're going to try and incrementally get it, like much like how Ray Spectre and I mean the mount works with the Huntress, but we were like, let's give something for the Ranger this time. Let's give something for the Summoners out there this time, and so we're just going to keep filling in those gaps over time.
and it feels like you're getting better at class and skill design as you go.
Whoa,
too, so I
whoa,
imagine
whoa, whoa! The next D4, this game is not nothing like D4, guys. Chill up. Let's chill.
last class you're going to release is going to be like amazing. You look back at the first ones and be like, ooh.
possibly.
Well, that is the worry, but whatever. That
But
just
look, with that just means we've got another round of going through everything and improving
Yeah.
stuff again, right? So
and that will never end.
Hey, Heron, what's going on, man? I'm super jaded right now. Yep. Yep, that's me.
That's it. So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So
Yep.
it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you and it's going to be a bad thing. You're not going to like this.
Well, the funny
So
thing,
let's talk about why.
there's a few things like that actually, because so I mean, for a start, like we needed the downside of parry to be you know, like that, yeah, you get stunned out of it. But then when we're looking at how long, like we're like, okay, right now, even, and it's this true with shield block as well, by the way. It's like if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you. And it's like, well, where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we did have to extend that out a little bit.
I
and,
hope
it
we
makes you a little
talk
bit more
about
careful.
things.
But Ian,
besides
just to
the
warn
block.
people, right? There's a few other things like we lowered what's it called, the I can't remember the name of that thing now. The thing that makes you more easy to be elemental statuses apply to you. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen or burning or shocked, really, to be honest. So there's stuff like that we've had to do to kind of make sure that you know, that because if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's like, you know, things like charms were like not very useful because, you know, those mechanics weren't happening to you.
No,
Stuff like that, right?
yeah, don't get
But
me
the
wrong,
downside-
guys. I'm very excited for the patch. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm gonna have a ton of fun. It's not the druid. The druid is not why I'm upset. By the way, you know, I did really expect the druid to come, but that's not really why I'm necessarily. I'm not even upset. I'm just absolutely shocked that the number one thing I'm interested in, they just didn't decide to discuss, and maybe they just don't think it's important enough. Maybe they just think the balance of the game was totally whack, and they didn't feel the need to address it. Maybe that's what it was. But it's so odd to me that they stopped balancing the game a few weeks in to early access when they said they were going to consistently balance, like change the way the game plays and everything. The skills are balanced. And then they stopped doing that for 3 months, and we're here, and it wasn't even in the presentation. Maybe that's not like shiny, right? Talking about, okay, we thought that, you know, the game was supposed to play like this, but it ended up playing like this. And we're going to go in the direction that it ended up playing like versus the direction we pitched for a long time, right? That's all. I'm just shocked that they haven't addressed that. Maybe that is patch notes. They're not talking about balance. They're talking about shields. They're talking about blocking. If we're fixated on the end game, guys, I mean, and if this was supposed to be distinct from Path of Exile, oh, like live? Okay, so I gotta get to live. Okay. I guess the patch notes will tell us, but I'm just shocked they didn't focus. I don't know. I don't know what I expected. What do you mean I don't know what I expected? I said what I expected, and that was the number one thing that I expected. Number one thing.
Do actually matter in order to make it so that, you know, that you then, you know, there's other things you can do to sort of bypass those downsides. So yeah, that's kind of one of those things that, you know, we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like was able to count the number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure. For sure. For sure. But
And
yeah,
it's always by those vile ghosts.
yes.
Yes.
So
Right.
expect a little bit more, a little bit more danger from the stun. I definitely died a couple times to getting heavy stunned.
Yeah, it can
So
happen.
that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying. But
Yeah.
can it also occur just from like taking a really big hit or something?
Not- at least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different, like, should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you speak into enough stun threshold, it like demotes it to a light stun, and if that, you know, there's all
Ziggy
kinds
Shade,
of
I love Ziggy.
multi-hour.
What are you talking about?
discussions we've
I
had,
just
and
wanted to ask
we
about
haven't really
balance.
come to anything conclusive.
That's all I
there,
want.
but,
What do you mean? I
it's
just want
only
the big
from,
question, like,
mount,
okay.
raise shield and parry.
Ziggy Shade. There's no Ziggy Shade. Ziggy's awesome. I just think should ask about just, the pace of the game. That's it. Because it wasn't in the thing, and I feel like that's the number one thing that a lot of people are curious about. That's all.
And of which, at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling up. It's worth noting things like evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because
have to.
the block does, right? And otherwise, you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry.
Yeah.
But you can evade the stagger build up. So you don't take the damage anyway, just
So
before
the evasion
anyone
still
misunderstands
works.
that.
The evasion
Ah.
still works.
Yeah. okay,
So
I didn't
high
know that.
evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff, the duration of the debuff, so you get to benefit for it longer. Reducing stagger is all over the place for both mount and so in the dex section of the tree. So yeah, you can mitigate. I mean, my expectation is probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just like, I can parry forever and like, there's no real consequence. So
And
not
it-
every skill can be parried, of course.
Yeah, it otherwise follows the slam rules.
Yeah.
If it's a slam from above or below, you can't parry it. Much to your frustration for some
Yes,
things.
I mean, there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like it's parryable, but
My hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring it up and would change it, right?
Sure.
So like, if it's on the line, it's meant to be blockable. Like, if it isn't clear, and there was no way with hundreds of monsters and many dozens of bosses that we weren't going to miss some things. So
So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but action RPGs kind of naturally pull you towards one damage type, one skill, one specific
Here we
thing,
go.
optimizing as much as possible, because otherwise you're just making a bad build a lot of the time. But I notice Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed, she's got all the elements, she's got physical.
never mind.
The only thing she doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So how do you like promote this, like all of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to only kind of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together, and how do you manage that?
well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that you'll probably be focusing around like a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. So like there's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot of things like extra melee damage if you've done a ranged attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while you're in a whirling slash there's so it's sort of stuff like that where we're trying to carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something that's interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that that Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because like many categories of things only matter for one thing, part of a combo. So it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways. And ideally we can achieve that. But yeah, it is pretty hard.
generally, yeah, you're going to become more niche or more selective because, again, even mixing elemental and bleed is just probably often going to result.
You
in something
probably wouldn't do
suboptimal.
both elemental and bleed. You'd probably choose one or the other. But that's why we kind of try to make sure that, like, so you've got some.
Yeah, Visceral Sorrow, I think the reason a lot of people think that they're going to have a lot of quick changes is because GGG said that they were going to do that. They're going in a different direction now. Like, they themselves were doing that for the first few weeks. They were patching the game every other day. They just decided they don't want to go in that direction anymore. They want to do the big league, like, big balance patches every league now instead of doing, okay, let's get a lot of rapid changes. Oh, everybody's going to this mean. Okay, well, and it's way overpowered. Let's patch that, make it on par with other things. People try out other bit, blah, 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 blah. Right.
Sort of linkages between them, though, right? Because it's like, for example, the Thunderous.
Yeah, they were doing fast changes. Then people got mad and they stopped. Yeah, there was a huge uproar. Huge uproar. Oh, the actual additions to the game, totally visceral. Yeah, no, I'm with you on the additions. Even that they overpromised on the additions, right? We're not gonna have a 6 to 12 month early access period. I was more so talking about like the balancing of skills and like, yeah, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood your thing. Yeah, a lot of people complained about the nerfs because they didn't provide like respecs. People were pretty mad. Yeah.
Sleep detonates the spears that you do from the bleed thing. So it's like, kind of like the idea there is to like it changes how that skill then has a use in the combo with the other one. So even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea is just to
maybe I should go get something to drink. I was just kidding. I'm just kidding, Twitch. I'm just kidding. It was a lie.
To link all that stuff in a bit so that you can use the non like directly synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, it's you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for bleed. Amazing. So, but yeah, that's using an elemental skill like in another way as a detonator. But and even more, you've got weapons.
Oh my gosh, Patonus just had a crazy point. I hope you do your video correct. 6 mod rare map equals 1 portal. This means you can't leave and go back into loot more. This is a big nerf. Whoa. That's big brain, dude. That's actually, I didn't even think about that. That's crazy. Oh no. Yes, I only just figured that out. I didn't even think about that, man. That's interesting. Thinking in YouTube titles? Wait, what? How am I thinking in YouTube titles?
And swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's all those systems we already added about all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I mean, like, what will be interesting is whether or not we miss something cross-class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse something, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically like call it like, oh, Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely
nothing in the ascendancy.
Okay, over under on them saying, don't mention Druid.
Prescribes
exactly. So effectively, we take great pains to make sure that the ascendancies never mention weapon types. That they're always generalized. So, for example, the infusion mechanic in the Amazon, it just says projectiles. It doesn't say spears, and the reason it does that is so that you could make an Amazon who is a bow user, and that's all fine. So it's effectively like
open-ended.
It's open-ended, and honestly, I know that Mark does it makes the constraint a lot harder for how to design an ascendancy class when you have to think about it that way, for sure.
Oh, it'd be much easier to just put a bunch of cool spear stuff in there, but now only really. I mean, it was similar to the original PoE 1 Saboteur. It called out traps and mines, and so if you're a trap and mine character, what are you doing? Well, you could do something else, but no one else is playing that thing.
Right.
It isn't. It is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people can play in the different combinations and all that. So yeah.
How much do you have to consider the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just literally so many possible combinations you're just like, the players will take care of that for us?
Well, there's a lot of I think there's a lot of similarities between the ranged spear options and the bow. Or, I mean, we see the lightning stuff. Like the lightning ones looked really similar to like lightning arrow. Oh no, I can't read the chat. It's making me sad. Oh no.
But certainly we have to consider, is this going to be broken with anything else in particular? And there just has to be certain rules for things about how easy is it to apply this debuff, how easy it is to consume this debuff. And even then it's we often make mistakes and have issues. I mean,
when he says relatively impossible, it is actually impossible.
Actually.
But I mean,
That's
just
relative.
but even just looking at the balance pass we're doing at the moment, right? I mean, there's hundreds of things like that, that we still. I mean, there's things that we.
Guys, I see people saying that they would save all the acts for release. All right, here's the truth. You guys ready? For a very long time, I was a pure like believer in pretty much everything Grinding Gear Games was saying, right? About the game. Like I took that at their word, right? Guys, they said the opposite. That's why please don't think I'm trying to misconstrue or misinform you. They have said the opposite. They wanted to launch early access with all 6 acts. They said there's no way you can properly test the end game without having all 6 acts in the game. You need all the classes in early access. Like all these things were said many times over the past 6 years. So that is why my predictions and thoughts were as such. I'm not trying to mislead anybody or like overhype. Like I legit thought, yeah, Act 4 totally should come into the game right now. It's the first big update of early access. We've seen Act 1, 2, and 3 many times over, or Act 1 and 2 many times over the past 2 years. We saw Act 4. Well, actually, we've seen a lot of Act 1, 2, 3, and 4 over the past 2 years. Definitely going to come. Like, I'm not trying to mislead. That's just what was explicitly stated, right? Plans change, though. Plans definitely change. Plans change. That's pretty much it, right? And the early access is going to last 3+ years. Here we go.
We could never honestly understand all of the different broken things that could possibly exist, and so it's like it really does depend a lot on you know, like on seeing reports on what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over time is obviously, like, you know, the game's still relatively new. We're still making relatively big changes. Over time, the balance, I think, will get to the point where we no longer have these like crazy outliers to the same extent. It should mean that we get to some sort of relative class parity. By parity, what I mean is like, you know, people playing all the different classes rather than focusing only on a few as we get towards full release. Because, you know, right now it's obviously very skewed because, you know, there's certain broken things. So, you know, yeah, the balance over time, we'll get there.
It's one of the main goals and benefits of the early access is just like, let's get the balance of characters right. And yeah.
What do you want that balance to be? I'm just so curious. Holy crap. I'm crazy.
This patch release was always going to have 1,000 problems, or probably 10,000 problems, you know?
100%.
The next one will have half that, the next one half that, and probably eventually it's going to be down to like, here's only a few things going, you know, out of whack. There's always going to be something.
Oh, they
because we
answer?
add too much content for it to even be controlled.
Oh, shit.
Like, again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too many skills, and too many other changes for any amount of people. Like, you're talking about a matter of you'd have to put in like thousands and thousands of hours internally to find it, and then you give it to the players. There's so many people, it's going to take literally 5 minutes. So it's very beneficial. And we're lucky in that regard that we get to that level of testing and feedback, and on such a mass level, and especially, you know, with things like, you know, Ninja and all of that, and other people being able to see it and discuss it more openly, we're just going to be able to iterate on it even faster. But yeah, every single patch you're going to see a pretty substantial change in what's going to happen here. Yeah.
Thanks for making the broken builds. And
well, 100%.
I mean,
yeah, people,
support
they've done a Guitar Holic, 100% right. They have achieved a massive amount in the past 3.5 months. They've probably added all this stuff to Endgame. They just focused on Endgame, right? They said, all right, people are bored in Endgame. They don't like the Endgame. We're just going to put all our resources into Endgame. That's what they've been working on. And then they probably also decided, okay, we're going to refine one class. We're going to refine the Huntress. And we're going to have a few of these cool archetypes out, like the Spectre and everything. Like, they have done a lot. People saying it's not a lot. It is a lot. Oh, yeah. People significantly underestimate how much work it takes to do some things when it comes to coding. Yeah, guys. Summon Spectre and the Beast. Well, I feel like the Spectre and the Beast thing or companion thing are probably pretty similar. It's a crazy amount of work. Crazy. Yes, it's just a lot of people, you know, they weren't necessarily looking for enemy. I totally get that. I know a lot of people who aren't looking for that. I get it. I've been a software engineer and led for a decade. I get how much work it takes, CPU Geek. Oh, okay.
So it's like over 100 support gens.
It's a ton.
It's already like so many, and with you doing a different weapon for each of the 16 classes.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot by the time we're done. But there kind of has to be, right? Because
that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You
because
do.
otherwise, it's not going to work. Like especially with this one support system, it's like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well, and continue to get that better.
There's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the recommendeds are going to become more and more important.
Right.
So we need to make sure those are very much right.
That's a lot of new support gems. It's crazy.
You must be looking to players even to find some of those recommendations down the line as well.
In some cases. In some cases.
What stuff is popularly getting
But
used?
the thing with the recommendations,
W patch
though,
so far for endgame, W patch. Especially if the new encounters are findable. Like, that'll be really cool. We don't know anything about balance. Anything about balance, guys. Just that there were broken stuff. Nothing about balance.
is that they can't really take into account what you've already got on the gem. So the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. You know, that kind of means they're a bit more simple. Like, the recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're not following them.
Feels like at some point you're going to need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's like, well, I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the sub-menu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about that, because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. Yeah, that's
Nice.
a little different, bit different there.
Cool.
Maybe like more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. Oh, because there's a lot that are only in there that are never recommended, right? At this point,
There are, yes, there are.
It's going to be an interesting challenge you guys have set yourselves to make enough supports there. So another thing that you managed to challenge that you set yourselves, and I always wonder, like, why did you do this to yourselves, was Spectres. So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously Spectres are a whole can of worms. It's, hey, let's just give players access to every monster. Also, we've made so many new monsters.
Yeah.
We're talking about all the broken. There's going to be some broken in there, I promise you.
Yeah, there's going to be some busted
And there's gonna be
Spectre
some
stuff.
we have to change.
Spectres are going to be crazy. I might have to do minions.
They've done, but I mean, effectively, what the time between early access and this was like, okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a balance pass of this and like see if there's anything that's going to be a problem, and then adjust numbers
Yeah, but now
accordingly.
you've got to account all those support gems on all those monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing, isn't it? The support gems work. The support gems work on them.
I have to do
And,
Triceratops.
you know, like, what the hell's that going to do?
Spectres, you're on.
Yeah, like, it's impossible to completely know, but yeah, like, look, I mean, there's probably definitely some some dark secrets lying in what kind of Spectre mixed with support gems are going to do.
And monsters have skills now. It's not like PoE1 where it's
Exactly.
like just a bunch of zombies just doing default attacks.
I wonder how they'll trigger
everything
said
pretty much
skills
has a
too.
skill now at this point. So
But
Like, we know
the
that-
great thing about it is we got to leverage.
We know that some rare monsters have extra skills that their common variant or their normal or magic variants don't have. I never noticed that in the end game of Path of Exile 2. And I never really noticed it in the campaign because you don't fight many rare monsters. I'm curious if that's going to be a whole another lever to adjust your characters. Oh, local hole, dude. Thanks, bro. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I missed the reveal due to work, so we're watching it blind right now. Some crazy exiles joined me very kindly. I was very late, like 40 minutes late. All good. All good. I'm very curious to talk to you on Saturday, Local Hole, about your thoughts, because I have many thoughts. It's actually better. I can pause freely. It's quite nice. I can give my mad thoughts, people. It's super tough. You were late to my late stream. Good try. You have thoughts too? Oh, I wonder what your thoughts are. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh my god. Can we just ban the topic of crafting from the pod, please? I'm gonna lose it. Yeah, like, oh. Local hole, they're adding the crafting bench back in the form of runes. How does this make you feel? Do you, what? Yay. Yeah, why don't they just do the crafting bench? No, they're turning the crafting bench into something that you need to farm out. You know, you'll need to buy the runes with currency. Many of them will be very rare, right? With the crafting bench, it was basically free, except for the veiled mods, which you had to find. Oh. Oh, it's gonna be interesting. Gonna be interesting. Recombinators though, local hole.
All that work again for the beast taming as well. So, and of course, the difference there is that you also get the mods from the thing that you tamed. So, you know, that's going to be
auras, ground effects.
Yeah, exactly.
Spawn death explosions.
No, you've got a whole nother ruckus of potential interactions. So, you know, we'll see what happens there.
We've done nice specific.
Is it weird you think the biggest issue is people comparing PoE 1 and PoE 2? You know, Guitarholic, I would totally agree with you. I don't know. I got to read the patch notes, dude. I'm just so curious. Like, because it seems like they power crapped characters. I will be shocked if characters are not already more powerful than they were last league. Like this, the speed I feel like is, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the pace of the game is like. We'll see. They said they nerfed a shit ton of things. We'll see. I'm so curious. I'm so curious. Huntress does look sick. I just hope a lot of this stuff isn't super rare. Like that's one of the things that I'm scared about, that a lot of these things will be inaccessible like omens, and that a lot of people won't be able to engage with it at all. Like myself. If you're not finding the end game encounters that look so cool, like that boss rush, I'm just going to keep going back to it. The boss rush looks so freaking cool. If I never find that, because that's also something you can't buy, it's not a map. You have to find it on your atlas. You cannot buy the fragments. You find that map. If I never find that, I'll be so sad. Thoughts on it not being quite a new league? It's basically like a new league. It's a new realm. It just doesn't have its own unique mechanic on the new realm. All the mechanics go back to the prior realm too. Ooh, they're buffing greater essence and omen frequency. What do I mean by the boss rush? There's a unique map wherein you click pillars, and once you click all the pillars, you go to the center of the map and click that pillar, and you kill 10 bosses in a row. It's like 10 different bosses that spawn on this unique map, and they have full boss rewards added to them. How freaking cool is that? Here's a question. Why would people make new characters if the old realm holds all the same stuff? The reason I want to do it is just to do a fresh run, just with a fresh account. I like that feeling. That feeling of everybody starting at the same playing field, starting from step one. Yeah. Yeah, once you play, it's going to feel really good. The semi-simulacrum boss waves. Yeah. 10 waves of bosses. Yep.
Player versions of those things, for which specifically when you tame the beast, so that they're not sitting there spamming skills on your hideout and all of that.
Yeah.
Good. Yes. So,
but also, like, there actually are player versions of the mods that Res can get, like, so that we can balance them if we need to.
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So, you know, basically, we still have it sort of work. It mostly works the same way, but there will just be numbers tweaked to the player versions, and the same works as well for the what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice.
Headhunter,
Headhunter and stuff like that. So yeah, player versions of the monster mods for that.
Yeah, this new attention to these things is going to benefit like the pre-existing stuff like Headhunter and that as well. Yeah, that's insane.
There's a new. Probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique charm that possesses you with a random Asmeri spirit as well, and so you get the daemons and the stats, and
that's
those
cool.
technically also have player versions too. But actually,
love it.
Not to necessarily make things worse, to make things better, because monsters are balanced to fight player life and monster life, not in the same universe. So actually what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and the monster skills, like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against monster. So when you steal
See ya,
them,
Visceral
they're,
Sorrow.
much more
Thanks for tuning
powerful,
in.
actually. Just so they're not just tickling monsters and doing 1% of their life kind of thing.
It was mentioned in chat actually, the whole like Asmeri modifiers and things on stuff that wouldn't transfer over with the companion system, surely.
No.
That would be a little bit too far, perhaps a bit unhinged.
We actually had to, because this is
Oh, that's really cool,
certainly a
Patonus.
benefit.
I didn't hear
Once
that.
you have tamed the beast, it is not tradable. And people might immediately be like, oh, so that's sad. Well, the issue is, and as much as you might want some of that, I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time. So that every single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and...
Because it would mean that finding a rare would become a thing. Yes, exactly.
It's actually like this
think about that.
annoying, in order to make the most money, I have to be constantly thinking about and carrying around tame beasts.
But then we also...
Yeah, Guitar Holic. I think I'm gonna absolutely love playing the game right when I get in there. I don't know. Like I'm hype. I'm just, I don't know. I'm weird, I guess. I'm just shocked that Grinding Gear Games isn't giving like the vision of the game. I don't know. It's so weird to communicate, guys. Like all the new stuff looks so cool. All right. It does look so cool. I'm just so curious to see if it's just we're gonna have PoE 1 and PoE 2 that play very similar in the end game, which is what they focused on this expansion. They focused on expanding that end game, right? The patch notes. Patch notes. It's gonna be interesting. Oh no, PTK9. Not your take. Hey Limbo, I'll probably be streaming for another hour. At least. Yeah. I just thought the reason that they made the second game, the biggest reason was to like change the feel of the game, right? I don't know. I feel like I'm a broken record. I'll just stop saying it. Let's watch. Let's enjoy the new contents.
Made it so that as soon as you activate a beast, then no one who comes into the instance after that is allowed to tame it.
Can't do any,
so you can't TFT it's like a whole, like there's like a lot of thinking about that stuff in order to make it so that
It's a sad thing to have lost, but it is like no, I'm not. I'm not.
I didn't even think about that. The
You
like
have too
needing
much
for cheat sheets and
yeah,
guides
exactly
and stuff,
right. And so you have to be really
Which beats
careful. You have to be so
currency
careful.
this week.
And then the thing is like it's like we design this thing and then think, oh, trading beasts is going to be fun, but then you realize that the horrific reality
actually
of what it will turn into. It's like
no.
but yeah, at least we're thinking about that kind of thing. Like with more experience that we have now, early, so that we don't sort of run into those problems. Exactly.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've learned from past issues with that sort of trading.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, talking about some of the other new skills, we had the addition of the Roa, which was teased quite some time ago, I think.
Yes.
But you've got it in and working now, and it looks like it's moving around pretty good.
Yes.
It's obviously... you've got like a big downside. If you get knocked off at heavy stun and stuff, you can't use melee from it, so it's for ranged attacks.
Yeah.
But it does seem like one of those things that it's going to be like everyone's going to use or no one's going to use because it's a clear speed machine.
Melee is
It
not
is a
gonna
concern.
use.
I mean, look, my ideal situation is that you're using it sometimes and not using it other times. Like, if you're using it like during clear, I think it will, like you will definitely want to. But
I agree with you, Guitar Holic.
We want to just make sure that we've got like sort of fun things like that, and like it's just a cool fantasy. Like there's stuff like that I just want to get in, and it's like look, if it doesn't work later, if we have to nerf it, I mean sure, I suppose, but like I want something like that to exist. We believe that it is balanced as much as we can.
You sound very convinced.
Yes, it's balanced.
Well, as I said earlier, you can probably get builds that get to the point of parrying indefinitely. So you can. That means you can probably get to the point of riding a rower indefinitely.
Sure.
Hey, Suno, what's going on, dude?
And enough.
I almost got one.
Speaking into and all of that.
Shockingly.
Fundamental question, actually. Like, what's its move speed based on? Its own move speed?
The move speed is just your move speed. Like but it's what you don't get is the penalty for when you attack.
Yeah.
The Roa's move speed is your move speed. Oh my god, the videos we're about to get, Exiles. Oh, Roa's gonna be flying through a map. Holy crap. Any thoughts on the new class? The Huntress looks sick. The Spear looks awesome. I like the Amazon Ascendancy more than the Ritualist Ascendancy because I don't know how feasible it's going to be to stop and like gut monsters out. Maybe if your skill speed is really high and it scales with that, maybe. But the Amazon looks super cool. I'm going to probably play an Amazon. It almost sounds like the Invoker, you know, the Monk Invoker. We're going to do the Huntress Amazon on launch day. That's how I'm going Huntress Amazon. I don't know what you guys think that you're going, but that's definitely what I'm going to play and try to make some melee stuff work. The new Warrior Ascendancy, no comment.
Yeah, that's the thing. But it's funny though, because like even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it, just because of the fact you don't get that downside anymore. Like you feel like the fastest thing on the planet.
It is
when you're doing
there are other like more mechanical benefits, like it's considered a companion, which is a kind of subclass of minion that we've added, where you can only have one of each one companion base is a keystone for another.
I had you so excited. Try what happened. They focused on endgame entirely. They said, all right. They made a decision after launch and they said, all right, we're going to focus all our effort on the endgame and adding like crafting systems into the game. And that is what they did. So the endgame stuff looks absolutely rad. I hope that it is common enough that many of us get to experience it, because dang, doesn't it look cool. Those unique maps they showed look awesome.
You can only have one of each type. So like you can have a tame beast and a rower with the keystone.
Oh, right, yeah.
But inherently you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't use a tamed beast if you're using the rower.
And then there are heaps of passives for like if you have a companion, like companions while they're in your presence and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's interesting. So there's a keystone that allows you to have multiple companions. But as a base, you may only have one companion, and a Roa is a companion. So you can have that summon companion or a Roa, but not both unless you have that keystone. That's interesting. There's some cool stuff being dropped in this interview, guys.
Heaps of that stuff around the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, I saw you guys remade the minion damage is player damage node on the tree. It's your companion damage nodes become player damage nodes. And I was like, oh, that looks like I'm gonna take that.
Well, that's so that's the like companion where it's like more the mercenary over to ranger huntress.
Companion merc doesn't exist.
You want your
right?
one powerful minion, and benefiting that benefits you, and you benefit it, and there's that like, synergy between you and your companions.
So since it is a companion, I like the idea of like balance wise. Maybe it ends up being that you're like map clearing on roll back, and then you get to the boss and you dismount like old school mounted knights who charge into battle and then dismount and fight.
Yep.
So if it ends up like that, that seems like that would be a pretty cool balance for it.
That should be the best way to use it, I believe.
Yeah, because then you gain access to your dodge roll for the boss fight where you need it.
Yeah.
And does the rower then kind of do a bit when you're not on it?
It can attack, but I mean, it's not exactly a huge damage source or anything.
It's certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable of birds, for sure.
But it acts as a distraction. Maybe there's some support
I mean, it's a
gems
minion, right? Like it attacks things and does stuff.
Yeah, you can support it with minion support.
Okay, guys, we're gonna take a brief break. Yes, they sent this to me, Localhole. So this is the promo style that we're gonna have for our Mobalytics podcast, Pod of Exile. Oh, Riker, thank you for the raid, bro. What's going on? Thanks, man. You're catching me on a toxic try day instead of a talkative try. Thank you so much. How did you guys like the reveal, Rikers Raiders? What's happening? How come? I wanted them to pull a Blizzard and talk about the vision and direction of the game's balance, and they didn't. They haven't done that yet. I'm so curious. The number one thing I was curious to see was, are they going to go in the as advertised for 5 years? Like, okay, yeah, we screwed up. The game was super fast. It was too fast. We're going to try to slow it down. Versus, we're going to be PoE 1.5. PoE 1 with better graphics and, better feeling skills and the like. And they haven't talked about that yet. That was like my number one prediction. And it wasn't in the big reveal at all. I'm shocked. So, that's all. I'm positive. The content is rad. The Huntress looks sick. All the endgame mechanics that are being added look juicy. Those unique maps are exactly what I asked for. being able to discover those things as you're traversing the atlas and having these awesome little encounters or awesome big encounters that you actually have a chance of encountering. Oh, that's going to be way more fun than just going from node to node. It comes soon. Wait. Oh my gosh. So I might get spoiled. Yeah, the axe and the druid, you know. Rip.
Ports to make it more durable and all of that. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's the one that's like the minion takes 10% of the damage before you do. So sacrificial bird.
Yeah, true.
Poor little guy. So that sounds. I'm looking forward to playing around with that one then. Speaking of new content, 100 new uniques this time.
Okay.
So how many?
The uniques looked fire as well. Like the actual abilities that they released, the modifiers on them, those look awesome. I hope there's a lot more of those.
Are you aiming for kind of in general? Is this about really like filling that roster
Well,
out?
we want to have every base type have a unique for the purposes of chance.
Outside of boss uniques.
Outside of boss uniques, so we want every base type to have a to have a unique that you can chance. And so that was with the eventual goal. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is that because of the way, because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order of from base type up.
Yo, Lonely Legionnaire dude with the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much, man. Holy crap. I appreciate that. I'm still smiling. Hey, I'm being toxic, but I'm still smiling. I'm still having a good time. I'm super excited for next Friday. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, bro. I keep pausing the Q&A because you guys are being so kind and chat. I appreciate it. Oh my God. Thanks, Lone Legionnaire. Oh God. You guys are crazy.
Just literally because that's the way the spreadsheets are arranged. It's like we ended up with all the low level uniques first, kind of before the high ones, and it was kind of it's like we didn't see that mistake coming. Like it was kind of stupid because
we thought we'd get
we thought we'd get through them all, right? We were like,
so.
okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. So then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have very many in-game uniques. This time we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that in-game uniques are a thing. There's way more of them. So the focus really is on making sure.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. End game uniques. Let's go.
Lots of really chase things
that
you can get. It's not.
You discovered the sort order changing in the spreadsheet.
Yeah, it does help. Effectively, you should. This should be a lot better, and there's lots of cool stuff there.
And we're just gonna keep going with that. By the way,
of course. Yeah.
100 now, 100 later, 100 next. Just keep going until kind of honestly, we never really stop making uniques. Especially anyone familiar with Path of Exile 1's history, is every single expansion since the dawn of time has had new uniques added to it. So, there's a lot there, and there's going to be a lot here eventually as well.
So then let's talk about the idea of players seeing a unique and be like, 1x, that's not very good.
Ooh, okay.
What do you guys want uniques to be in Path of
Here
Exile?
we go. This is good from Ziggy.
What should they be aiming to do, and how should they affect the rares in that slot?
I mean, it's always a tension because we want rares to still matter. We don't want just your character to be just only full of uniques. So it really is the role can evolve. So at the start of the game, they're really supposed to be more about that. The earlier game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Yeah.
But then also they have a some kind of combo thing that you might be able to do with them at end game. But we don't always know exactly what that might be. I mean, we've got sort of ideas, obviously, but it's we don't necessarily design them to say, okay, this unique definitely has an in-game build that's going to be actually strong to do with it. And that's because you're kind of putting in things where later on some other mechanic might come along or something might happen, and then people find an interesting interaction, and that's when the unique kind of comes into its own. And I mean, that's the same as Magic card design philosophy, that kind of stuff. You just put in kind of weird stuff and sort of maybe you find something. But obviously, it can mean that when people see a new unique, they might they dismiss it. But then one day they might also be paying vast amounts for it if it becomes a meta build. So but I feel like a game has to have that stuff in it in order to feel like there's lots of interesting ways to experiment, because it's the feeling of being the first
See ya,
person to
local
discover
hole.
some new
Thanks for
interaction is
tuning
an
in, man.
amazing
Thanks for
thing.
the raid.
People see something that like feels
Sleep
smart, and
well.
it's like, you know, like
Sweet
if we
Prince.
don't have uniques that just take chances and do weird shit, we'll never have that kind of stuff happen.
Yeah.
So you know,
when we're designing a unique, we don't think about what's the value going to be.
Yeah.
We're not even coming out of it going like this is going to be really expensive or this is going to be really cheap.
well, in
Like,
some cases,
that's-
you know,
Well,
you
yeah,
knew what you were doing with that Herald unique.
Nah, I don't remember. It's more of the charm and. But that's the thing. Are you aiming for the? Honestly, there's someone said the other day they were like, "It's a successful unique is one that should be divisive," and I was like, I agree. For the most part, but not every unique should fill that role. Some should just be clearly, this is powerful, I want it for sure. It is going to be on my build.
Chase.
And others are like, what can I do with this now? And then others are just like, we don't know if anyone's going to do anything with this, throw it in. And sometimes it doesn't get anything happen with it for 3 years. But we don't know that necessarily. It's like, let's just take an experiment and throw it in there and let the players figure that out.
Yeah, I feel like you're with a lot of these uniques, you're designing a question. You're just like, I'm going to put something that's a little weird. Maybe someone will figure that out.
Well, I think as Trishi called it, it's a puzzle piece, right?
Yeah.
It's just a piece in the puzzle. You put it there, and maybe someone will complete the puzzle or half of it. Maybe not. And then others where it's just like, yeah, this is powerful. Like,
I mean, there are definitely some chase uniques in this. In this
Yeah,
situation.
100%.
Like, oh, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, that's
So
that's exciting.
on chase uniques, then we've obviously had some like pretty crazy ones so far. Where do they want to be in terms of like how hard they are to get for players? Because at that point, you do need to consider like how expensive they end up being.
It's really tricky. So whenever we're looking, so if there's a unique that's broken, I guess there's two responses, right? One of them is make it rare enough that you only get the brokenness after the point when you're at the point where you're supposed to get that, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like, you know, post pinnacle boss type,
You win.
like level of character
Yes.
development, right? And then the other response would be nerf the actual unique, and it honestly is a case by case. Like, you know, so I think that like Temporalis, for example, actually got nerfed in both ways. The actual unique was nerfed a little bit, I believe, although I don't believe it's maybe as much as what players might expect. But then also you've got okay, whatever. But also we have made that one rarer.
It's still pretty crazy.
Oh,
in
it's
the
still
rights.
crazy for sure,
Yes.
for sure. But the thing is like you want to chase stuff, right? So therefore you don't want to just go nerfing everything into the ground the moment that it's good. So therefore that one becoming rarer, I think, was the right answer there, because it was way too common. Just due to the
We had also the issues with like
Duping?
like I mean there were three real issues. One is darkness at one point bypassed honor loss. So all of a sudden a no-hit run, it wasn't a no-hit run.
Yeah.
You had guard bypass on a loss, so once again a no-hit run is not a no-hit run. And then there was just like, well, how can anything hit you if you can kill literally everything on your screen in one frame, right? So
Wow, they didn't
those
talk
three
about the
problems,
duping.
And so as the balance issue of not everything surviving for more than one frame.
And
due
is
to a subset
darkness
of builds,
fixed? So now
and
darkness
those other
you
two
can't.
things go away. It becomes
Interesting.
a lot rarer in itself.
Yeah.
In that it is much harder to acquire, require like very specific and ideally high skill gameplay. And then there's just like, well, it also was just too common, the relic that yielded it.
I mean, the expectation was that, because this is a hard challenge, most of the time when people try, they will fail. But the reality is once you get the ability to do it, you just trade for that thing and get it every time.
Yeah.
So that's kind of meant that the
Printing.
rarity kind of didn't work like we thought. And, now that should be better in both ways.
Again, for the PoE 1 players comparison, like it was far more common than Original Sin. Which was the same role in PoE 1's version of the Sanctum, just to give
Wasn't
us
it?
some sort of
I wonder.
comparison.
So is he saying the drop rate was higher, the relic's drop rate, or like? Because I thought the big reason it was more available is because of the duping, which got it down to like 5 divine at one point. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe it was just way easier to get with the Chaos Monk and everything.
It's just much easier to actually reliably do it.
And it shouldn't have been that much more common.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. So crafting really surprised me. You guys announced, I thought we'd maybe get like one little thing, maybe you'd do something with essences or something, but we've got essences coming out a lot more, it looks like. You've got, because you're violent, you can
So
into
greater
graders now.
greater essences are going to be much easier to get. One thing we didn't mention in the video is that like
Awesome.
omens are way more common because I believe you made the change. There's an omen in every
2.5 times more common, I think.
than every
Sweet.
thing. So like you've got stuff like that. Like we certainly knew
Okay.
that we needed to
Another
do more
buff
with
rate.
crafting stuff, and so we're kind of like, well, let's just make sure we're at least adding
Let's go.
3 or 4 things, like new things to. And,
every ritual will now have at least one omen in the window.
Amazing.
So you
Big,
can know
big,
upon finishing a ritual,
awesome.
like what is the omen I'm going to get, and
Yeah,
hope
yeah.
it's a good
Love it.
one. And
Love it.
Every
maybe
ritual is
most
an
often it's
omen.
not, but
Thank you.
But yeah, the greater essences.
no,
Obviously,
no.
Yeah, the Varlorb thing makes it much more common. You know, there's more sources of them with the map and everything like that. So that'll be happening more. And then, of course, there's the improvements to things like the runes. We've got higher level mods that you can get from them. There's like a ton more runes. There's like, like I mean, we just wanted to expand the set and having the kind of like the niche mods that you can get and craft onto things like it just needed more options. And it's sort of interesting because like some people say, oh, you don't have crafting in PoE 2 because we don't have a crafting bench, but it's like we actually have a huge number of crafting options, and the crafting being good kind of comes down to like how many of these kind of weird systems are there and how they can interact. But we just have to be really careful because you don't want to get to the point where ground items no longer matter. Like,
Okay.
and I think PoE 1 kind of basically did get to that point for various reasons.
Pretty
where
much.
people aren't caring about what's on the ground nearly as much. So we still want to make sure with every change we're making that they still use the ground stuff. That you're still excited for things on the ground. And so that's like a really careful balancing act because they do directly contravene each other. Like the better stuff you can craft, the less important the ground stuff is. So
Right.
it's a really sort of subtle balancing act. But I think that the stuff we've added here will definitely push things in a way where you feel like there's more smart things that you can do to kind of improve your stuff.
Yeah, well, I think done right, and what you're doing is making sure that the ground.
Here's the
items do
bingo
matter with
card.
Each of these crafting systems. So
It did not hit.
You had that fundamental change where you
We had a
can't
few.
just turn an item back into a white item. whenever you
Exactly,
want.
and that's very important. One of the biggest ones, I think, and that kind of then unlocks the ability to do more. And so the great thing about the socketables as a crafting system is that they don't compromise the ground at all because they don't, they're on top of the stuff that you can get on the ground. So that's very good. But when it comes to the kind of the base mods, we do want to retain, that an item has. We do want to retain, for the most part, the kind of thing of like that part of the item generation is random. It's just that, it's just that on top of that, you get the more deterministic things that you can add in addition to. And then when you do it that way, it works really well. So socketables work really well as a crafting system for that reason.
Well, so on that topic, we've had this. Talking to you, it's like you're always saying to me that like this rune system is our crafting bench, but
Yes.
players don't keep asking for a bench anyway.
Right.
So obviously there's
Love
like a
it.
branding issue or a functionality
100%. So
gap
it
here.
is funny because I was actually
Love
saying
it.
the other day that like if we had literally had that system be identical, except that the way it was themed was that there's a crafting bench you go to and craft extra mods on the items, which literally be functionally the same, I think, and required materials that.
Okay, no. And there were certain modifiers available that aren't currently available, right? And that you could do it whenever.
Are effectively the runes that you get. Then I feel like people would be thinking that we've got a crafting bench. But yeah, ultimately that is that the rune system, the socketables are what replaced the crafting bench in the PoE 1 style crafting bench.
And I guess it must have also been like with that initial
Where's my movement speed on boots, Exiles? Where's my movement speed on boots?
kind of output of them was just not as many options as
100%
what you
as
had
well. So that is
access
the issue,
to.
and that's because they were relatively late in development. So now we're just sort of expanding that, and we'll continue to add more socketables probably with every release, right? Like we'll add more categories of them, they'll do different things. It's like expanding the kind
Movement
of
speed on
because
boots.
There is a thing where
Movement speed on
more,
boots.
like in the base mod pool for items, there can only be things that are really fundamental, and so anything that's kind of out there, we don't want to put in the base mod pool because then you end up with this sort of situation where you get items that have got random shit you don't care about. Like the crafting is where you want to have all of the kind of stuff that's like very build specific.
Yeah.
And so adding more mods to that pool so that you can do that is the right idea.
Why is it that you can't socket and rune some things, like non-attack weapons, for example?
Well,
It was more just a choice for asymmetry where we just wanted
Yeah.
these things to feel different. There was also just like a little bit of a like, in the future, we'll add some system where we can do something else there. And so just not having everything be completely identical. Much like how, the quality on those weapons
Sal.
works differently, where it affects the skill as opposed to just, base damage.
I do think it is something that we should be probably looking into sooner rather than later, though.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah, because the asymmetry things, it's good to have. Like
Here,
not
I
everything
can
be
put
super
chat on the
autonomous,
screen.
but, because we're talking about the importance of it being that extra layer of control over your items, which you just don't have if you're doing spellcaster.
Oh,
gear.
maybe we'll add an Arcanist's bench and theme it that way for the
Yeah.
for those
Okay.
ones.
All right.
New bench, baby.
You forced my hand. I have to bring this up now. Can we get some sort of like cohesive, all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling for gold? Arcanist benching at endgame. I get in the campaign having these things be separate, but I like at endgame, it's
you're
so
not
much clicky.
You're not
busy
happy
work.
enough with them just being next to each other, putting them next to each other, and you know that? No. All right. Well, that's all. All right.
You know what they should do? They should add a supporter pack that's an all-in-one. Yup. That's what they should do. People gonna buy that up like crazy. There you go. Guys, it's not pay to win. What do you mean pay to win? Is that pay to win? So pay to win. So how about timing your maps? How about seeing how many rare, magic, and normal monsters are in your maps? How about stash tabs? How about that is pay for convenience? That's not pay to win. Isn't that? I mean, it was a joke idea, right? Obviously, I don't want that. But is it actually any worse than what's already in game? It's not pay to win. It's pay for convenience. But I don't want that. That was a joke, but man, a lot of people got angry. Oh shit.
I'll think about that one.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I planted the
Mark
seed.
is really thinking about it.
On my part.
As if Mark has never thought about this before.
There's ways. I like the sounds of that.
Well, at least for endgame, like
Yeah, that's what I
do.
figure, yeah.
I don't want the world to not feel like it makes sense.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
But
Having it that you can just,
endgame,
like-
you've got your hideout where they're
Well,
all
it would
like-
have to be a hideout related thing.
yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, people are putting their NPCs within each other's personal space
Sorry.
anyway, so
Sorry about
the
that.
law goes out the window at that
Yeah,
point.
for sure. For sure.
Maybe a
So
mystery
we've
box
also
then.
got Fractured, crafted via an orb from the cleansed
Mm-hmm.
monsters. How rare are those?
How do you quantify rarity like that? They drop from the monsters. I can't remember the exact number, but like I think I was kind of saying like 1 per biome, which is the kind of total blob of cleansed monsters. But then that obviously does get affected by things like pack size and all
Yep.
that on top of that.
Yeah.
So is that
and
like
then,
5 maps or something?
Well, it depends on how many of them you kill as corrupted.
Yeah,
Because
so-
because the ones you didn't cleanse while you were getting to the nexus, those are the ones that then become cleansed. So you kind of have to choose, like when you go into a biome, am I going to beeline straight for the nexus and then cleanse everything, or am I going to just fight them all as corrupted to get the rewards from that? So you're kind of choosing one reward or the other based on what you decide to run.
Okay, so you can kind of leave the Nexus for last if you want to
Yes,
What
if you
pants
wanna-
do
use it to try and get more fractured orbs.
Well, you could,
it's the other way around.
No,
so
sure.
do Nexus first, then it cleanses all the maps,
Oh.
and then now you can get the most chance at fractured orbs, or you can fight them corrupted before going to the Nexus if you want to get the rewards that the corrupted maps have.
And we have like
Ah.
for example, the corrupted bosses have their own uniques now.
Yeah, so you're gonna want that's gonna
There's a
you're gonna
bunch
be
of
wanting
new
that.
Ooh.
modifiers and
Yeah.
how they, so there's like
Yeah, yeah.
random corrupted strongbox kind of things and all of that
Clever.
stuff. So
Yeah.
you kind of really are like, I'm gonna have a look at the mods.
right.
I like
Are
this. I'm gonna
there-
do this, then this, then this, then the Nexus, and then I'm gonna do the rest cleansed.
Does the cleansed boss have its own uniques as well?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
It does have. It guarantees a fractured orb though as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So you can
and-
get the yes.
I just realized I haven't had multi-stream chat open this entire time. I'm so sorry, YouTube. I'm reading the YouTube chatters right now, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I haven't seen these before. Look at this. Sometimes you just need to be punched. What are you guys talking about in YouTube chat? What is the What is going on in YouTube chat? Sometimes you just need to be punched. Let's chill out. What were my thoughts on the chest army ascendancy thing? I thought it was terrible. I thought it was terrible. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out in game. I usually have multi-stream open. I didn't have it open because obviously I was flustered and I was late. So I didn't swap to multi-stream. Sorry, YouTube. You're talking about Michael Jordan, bad leadership? Talking about Michael Jordan. What the? Okay. All right.
It's the boss.
So and you'll display if you hover over the map and it says like contains, I can't remember his name. Then you run it and kill it, you will get a fractured orb. So at least you will know that will drop one.
Yeah.
Oh my
So,
God.
With the fractured orb,
So you're guaranteed to get a fractured orb? from certain bosses. That's crazy. That's cool. No, Drag, I do not hate you guys. No, I just forgot about you guys. It's different. It's totally different. I'm sorry, guys.
Orbs being away fracturing, that's obviously super powerful for crafting. Are there any fractured items dropping pre-fractured? I quite liked that.
I think we went with no in the end.
Yeah,
We
not
were going to do
currently.
it, but then we decided not to. But we might do it later.
Yeah, so an extra add-on. Is there a particular reason for it or thought process for that?
There just kind of wasn't anything that really fit that exactly. I think.
At some
I
point,
think.
you'll want some new thing to
Yeah,
go in
probably,
that. Like this,
probably.
this feels
Personally,
right
I
there.
would rather just drop more orbs,
Yeah.
honestly, and let people choose how they want to
Right.
use them.
I like it from the perspective of
Yeah, YouTube chat, were you guys attacking me for my super toxic takes earlier? Is everybody really excited for patch notes? Like, all the new content, amazing. I am also, for the first time ever, probably in Path of Exile history, excited for patch notes. Mr. Mollusk with the absolutely amazing chat. Mr. Mollusk, dude. Try treating YouTube chat like Grinding Gear Games treats PoE 1. Oh, no. No. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
dropped items matter. Like when you're
Yeah,
seeing
but
a rare,
they
and
kind
then
of
you're
already
like,
do.
"Ooh."
They kind of do here anyway because
they do,
like
because you
because
use
you
it.
need that
Yeah.
as the thing with the fractional.
makes
So it's
sense.
kind of not necessary, I think. Yeah.
There's other little subtle things, like for example, the cleansed monsters within cleansed maps.
I can't focus. That was too funny. Oh, okay. I gotta chill. Okay.
Can't drop equipment as a little thing, so they have much higher. Obviously, they're dropping things more like waystones, tablets, currency. They don't get to drop any of the armor or anything, so they're more like currency sources. Is like an interesting
Yeah,
subtle
if
thing
if you want more currency, then play cleansed maps.
you know.
So we're gonna have a lot more essences, a lot more.
Appreciate
omens,
you, Mish
potentially they're gonna
King.
Get fractured.
Thanks for the raid,
combat
Miriel.
combination with the
Welcome. Welcome,
new,
Raiders.
More accessible at low and mid tier
Design
recombination.
4.0. Yeah.
This is yes, recombination is certainly undergone some changes. This is a huge leap forwards compared to 0.1's crafting.
For sure.
So was it just about that you had to establish that really like humble baseline for crafting so that you could then go crazy with it like this?
Honestly, I mean, look, on some level, it can just be, like you need an economy. You need to see how things evolve. We just don't want to do too much at once. I mean, although this may seem like quite a lot. I mean,
It does, yeah.
but the thing is like, but in terms of the initial system, it's like if we'd have had all that at the start, I think that we wouldn't have been like, we'll put it this way: it is hard to take this stuff away, so that's why we have to be a little bit careful as we do this.
Yeah, I guess you needed to kind of assess the fundamental things like the no scours, the no
Yeah,
ults,
100%,
and stuff like
100%.
that as well, because then you can have a better idea of how to build off that, which I'm super excited for. Crafting.
But
Yeah,
of course, and if
actual
you know
crafting.
us, like more, there'll be more. There's always going to be more.
Oh yeah.
so.
Oh, you gotta have a new craft for every league, right? That's how it is these days.
Oh yes,
I expect a crafting system for every league. Thank
Yep.
you.
something like that.
That's
Okay, so yeah, YouTube chat. I'm curious. What is YouTube thinking about the patch? I see Drag. You said doesn't feel like the 3-month wait was worth it. It's a 4-month wait, by the way, and it's worth it if you enjoy the end game of Path of Exile 2, or you enjoy the end game of ARPGs. It most definitely is. And it's probably worth it if you enjoy playing through on like a completely new character. There's going to be a lot of new customization options, a lot of new unique items. You guys, I can sell the shit out of this patch for you. Imagine there's 100+ new uniques and 20% of them are amazing chase items that you can use to outfit an entire new character build or archetype on. How cool is that? You get a new lens to experience the entire end game through. Imagine all these encounters that they've added to the end game. You actually are finding every other map. There's a rogue exile. There's essences. You're getting greater essences. There's unique maps popping all up across your atlas. And you are getting to run these and experience completely new forms of PoE 2 content. Not what you've been running for the past 100 hours, 200 hours, 300 hours, the past 4 months. Brand new stuff, right? I mean, it's going to be very, very cool. However, I don't know if it's going to run like the same way or if it's going to be slower, more campaign-centric. Obviously the acts are going to be the same. You're going to need to run the same 3 acts over and over. There's probably going to be changes to the axe a little bit in the patch notes that they're not talking about here. But there's only one new real archetype seemingly, right? With the Huntress and Spears. There's not the Druid. There's not, all this surprise classes. People were thinking, I never thought there would be surprise class besides the Druid. I wasn't really on the Marauder, Templar, Duelist, whatever hype train at all. So if you don't like any of the current weapons and you don't like the Spear, well, then you're shit out of luck. And you're not going to like this patch, right? And if you didn't like the playstyle of Endgame, I'm guessing you also won't like this patch. God, I didn't have to see fucking Druids everywhere. There were very few axe changes that'll come later. Okay, so the axe are going to be pretty... So, guys, they focused on the endgame. They said, we want to make the endgame experience much better. And I'm guessing the axe changes are coming, 4 months from now or 3 months from now or whatever. When maybe new acts will come to the game, or maybe they rebel. I think before drastic act changes come, they probably want the full act chain in the game, act 1 through 6. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm very curious. I don't like this new patch. Corpo Slop. Oh my god. YouTube chat. You guys are more merciless than I am. Holy shit. You dorks keep constantly comparing a decade-old game to a game that's been out for 4 months. Steigland, bro. It's because Grinding Your Games likes to promise the world, and I believe them, right? And I'm not even comparing it to PoE 2, PoE 1. I just wanted the axe. I wanted the axe and I wanted the Druid, And I want to hear if the balance, the pace of the game is going to be similar to PoE 1. Like, that's it. But that comes with patch notes. Patch notes are going to be really cool. We got 4 minutes left, you guys.
What actually our intention? So.
Yeah.
4 minutes.
Love it. Perfect. So let's talk about Endgame then, because
we only have 4 minutes left.
Origins as well with the initial.
No way.
Implementation of PoE 2's Endgame, obviously trying some new things, being a bit experimental, not necessarily just wanting to copy PoE 1's Endgame, but how far of your vision was 0.1's Endgame? Was it what you want?
I would say that the main problem that we had is there wasn't enough overlapping axes of randomness, as we call them, where effectively you need to have it so that when you go into a map, there's just chances for random shit occurring, and then that random shit might happen alongside some other random shit, and then now the thing together is like a new scenario. So I mean, effectively,
squared.
Yeah, exactly, right. So it's like if you look at what we actually added here in terms of like encounters, if you will, whatever that means to you, like we've added kind of more than 40, probably something approaching 50 encounters, and that's if you count things like each rogue exile is a separate one, and each spirit's a different one, and things like that, right? So those are the things. But the big difference between the ones we had before and the ones we have now is that most of these ones can overlap with other things. So you have a situation where you've got the Asmeri Wisp that happens to infect the unique boss of the area, and then that leads to a combat situation that you haven't had to deal with before, or then you've got some essence thing that or oh crap, that this other wisp caused the thing to turn into a boss that then it's just it's all that stuff combining, or what happens when this goes with a with a unique strongbox, and it's all that combining stuff, and that's what leads to the situation where you've got an exponential explosion of possible combat situations, and then sometimes you just run into stuff that you've never seen before because of that, because of this combined in some interesting way, and that's something that definitely PoE 1 has got very well, because it's got so many of these things.
Totally agree.
Over time,
bang on.
And it's also something that we took care to make sure that each league specifically did. So what PoE 2 lacked was, I think, that. And so that will mean, I think, that the end game is overall just much more engaging. Now, obviously, we're going to be adding more content and
he's so right.
The other stuff, but fundamentally, it's it wasn't enough of. It was specifically more of that type of stuff that we needed to do. And honestly, I don't think we've even got enough yet. We want even more. We'll keep on adding that stuff, but it needed to become a focus. And I think part of the reason is that when we were first working on the end game, it's we need to come up with the big ticket items, right? What are the the league things and the maps, and we need to come up with all that stuff. And so it's the little detaily kind of things that kind of a little bit require a bit more time and stuff to work on, even though they're actually relatively efficient to make. We can make a lot of them when we do actually sit down and design them, because they're making a new strongbox. Sure, it's work, but it doesn't take that long, if you know what I mean. But it is you know, but it is that stuff that really adds all the flavor and kind of interest. So we'll just be continuing to do that through the game. And I mean, even yesterday we were having a conversation about like making it so more of the maps, even just like regular maps, have more interesting just little things that happen in them and stuff like that. Like more like what the campaign has.
Love that.
So you know, we haven't like got there yet, but like through early access, we'll definitely be just like introducing more of those little details.
I see where I have to
everywhere
skip
so that
to.
you get the interesting things happening.
Yeah, so a bit like those exploration mechanics in campaigns.
100%, yeah,
could be a thing
exactly. That's just we just want to make sure that you feel that same way through the in-game as well.
And with the leagues as well.
Yeah.
And like there's really only so much randomness that can occur within a breach in a map, and so they will end up feeling ultra repetitive. Whereas and again in PoE1 you had the boss that could spawn occasionally. You had 5 different factions. You know, things like that. And it is very much our intention to expand on all the leagues, to have way more random things occurring, mini bosses spawning, whatever else. You know, I have a whole set. I don't want to spoil them all yet because that's a whole later thing. But definitely want to expand on all that. You know, even Expedition only has the one boss. It had 4 in the predecessor. You know, like we need to get back to having all of that depth and all of.
Here you go, guys. We're right there. We're good. Or we're not. Oh, Twitch is freezing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, you don't. What? What is this? Oh. Hey. Oh. What's going on? I don't think they talked about Chris, but I don't know. He outright said speeds were too crazy. I'm talking about the speed I got to play the game. I'm not talking about people who were, you know, blasting at warp speed.
Content is no longer a process of like, you know, we work on a thing and then the
There we
players
go.
get to play. You know,
Holy
like,
crap.
it gets into a situation where like adding content has more value than just the content
There's another
itself,
hour?
because it adds to
Holy.
everything else too. And so that kind of makes it feel like
Okay.
the world gets like larger and much larger proportion than what you have. And so like, you know, it's an n squared thing where like, you know, the
There's another
square
hour,
also
guys.
add. So that, like basically it'll feel like it's ramping up in terms of interest.
Let me
as
sit
you add
back
content,
here.
rather than just feeling like you're just continuing like rather
Oh.
than every league feeling like you just add the same amount. It'll feel like it gets even bigger each time.
Yeah. Like
Yep,
when
there's
you
a
add
balance
Rosemary
patch coming.
That's not just about adding that. It interacts with all the other things that already exist that it can
Exactly.
go ahead and affect. So that's tackling one of the, ultimately, I think the biggest things is just that like the core basic mapping of running an empty map was boring. And that's never what you want to be, obviously.
Yeah.
So like some of the issues there, I guess, as well, that were exacerbated by that problem was the fact that the maps were so big and that there were so many of them. Obviously, that's getting a lot better with the maps themselves becoming much more interesting. But it seems like this corruption and cleansing mechanic is breaking up and giving you something to progress through as you move towards the next tower or next boss or next other mechanic. I mean, I guess there's always something on your screen that you're pushing towards, it looks like.
Well, we want to try and like honestly, I don't even think we're even quite there yet. Like, we really want to make it so that you feel like there's lots of quests, as it were, in in-game, like not necessarily directly in the form of like here is a quest objective, but like that you sort of have this feeling of like there's like different stuff that you're like that you feel like there's a thing, you know, like exactly right. You need to ideally like every time you do one of those, it's like there's another one just on the horizon that you're thinking about. So if we can achieve that, then we'll have succeeded. But yeah,
Yeah, we may or may not have a dev in the chat, and I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna say who it is, but they did confirm maybe a little bit, or they talked about how map layouts have been improved. Hey, you guys, I don't know if it's addressed in this chat. I'm sure it's in the patch notes, but map layouts have been improved. Okay. Now, what does that mean? That means Meyer now has levers that open up doorways to the... No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding.
need to keep adding stuff, right? Like just more and more things, because obviously, you know, you need to have enough just core there to be able to get to the point of it doesn't feel like you're just repeating the same thing over and over again as well.
It seemed like this like explorable world map thing that you did for Endgame, being like looking like a physical actual map, was really wanting us to explore, but that wasn't really much of that. So you kind of
GGG, when? Okay, the real question Ziggy needs to ask is when is the Matlan Waterways level going to be made an endgame map? That's what we really want. I'm watching it on a Twitch broadcast.
It's just about content, really. At that point, you know, you just need to add more and more, and we'll keep on adding more. And this
We'll
this
100% get more.
yeah, and 0-0 I think goes a long way to improving that for sure.
So with the corruption mechanic now, you're going to see some corruption on the map, and you're going to want to go there because it's a system that you can interact with.
Exactly.
And your skill points.
Yes.
Yes.
So you're unlocking skill points from that, which means you're unlocking more of the Atlas tree earlier on.
Your first Nexus, you have to run at a tier 1 map, and it will
Great.
drop 2 skill points. It'll give you your first 2 skill points.
Awesome.
And then you're like, all right, where's my next Nexus? That's where I'm going for my next 2. And then your next one, and you have to do them 1 tier higher every time. So the second one you go to at tier 2 to get your skill points and so on and so forth.
It's
And
not just
that's it.
it's not just grind 10 maps.
Yeah, that was terrible.
good. I love it.
So yeah, it is very much like let's go and clear these corrupted Nexus. And
What
then
the hell
it's
is
like, well,
going
then there's
on
the
with
whole
chat?
mechanic
Oh
around
my
it.
god.
But yeah, if you want to just like I want to get my points as fast as possible, just go Nexus to Nexus to Nexus and get as many as you can. And if you're like, oh, I can't see any Nexus, maybe go to a tower to reveal more, and then which you're doing way less frequently, mind you, thank goodness.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a lot more objective driven as opposed to just again random grind and random exploration. There's at least
I'm loving it. I'm loving the end game changes.
Chunk of unique maps.
Guys,
I was going to ask, yeah.
The end game changes are freaking awesome. If it is paired with some W balance stuff, which I'm sure everybody's saying occurred, it's just later in the interview. My 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 with no druid, no new act. That's big. That's big. Okay? For me. This is my personal opinion. Everybody can have their own opinion.
I call them
It's
unique
funny,
maps.
it's funny because I was pointing out to Matt the other day that the distinction between a unique map and a normal, like there is no distinction anymore. We shouldn't even look at it that way. Like it should be that every map is like unique in some sense.
There's not a unique
You know,
map
there's not a
system.
unique.
have an
yeah,
like-
exactly.
Wait. What? What? Oh my god. So they're just map layouts that have cool stuff in them? That's the way it should go. Yeah. Hell yeah. Am I understanding that right?
We do have an icon for it because they are kind of in a different echelon.
Yeah.
But yes, technically, unique map is a name that's a holdover from Imperial
Yeah, because
1.
you can
yeah.
use mods with them with Waystones anyway,
these-
so it doesn't. There's no actual
Sure.
reason for a unique to be any different than a normal map.
You can craft
It's
it
just,
and enhance
it
it.
really
and
just
juice
it really just comes down to how rare they are relative
Yeah.
to other things, right? So
And how rare are they?
Oh.
Like
I mean,
maybe
again,
in
so hard to
terms of
explain.
player screen.
yeah, I mean, look, as I said, I think
How many
that
screens?
you,
How many?
Oh.
I had the numbers. I just don't remember them.
well, I mean, as I said, they should be common enough that you feel like there's always some kind of objective you're excited about on the screen,
it
right?
honestly more common than I was initially comfortable with, and then after trying it, I was like, okay, actually, this is like,
yeah,
this is reasonable. So
Yeah, I feel like you initially probably want them to.
Okay. Mark, you are an expert juker, my man. That was the best juke of my life. I had the number. They were really rare, but then I was comfortable with them. Oh, that was good. That was good. That was really good. We're never gonna see those maps.
To be common enough that you're like almost getting tired of those map layouts, so then you're incentivized to add more.
the good thing is, by the way, by adding more here, we didn't just keep them the same commonality as the 2 that existed.
Yeah.
Like they are just more common. It's not like part of the reason it wasn't as common before is because there was only 2, and that would have just been repetitive and boring. One of the other restrictions.
I mean, one of the unique maps was literally a merchant. Okay, if he's hey, if they are common, hell yes. Hell yes. I will be so happy if they're common.
Is that like the Vault of Kamasa was restricted to the Val City biome, so to speak, and that was one of the Citadel biomes. That's like one of the rarest and latest,
Yes.
So it's like we've not only made that more common within that biome, but a lot of the new ones, in fact, all of the new ones aren't restricted to those city biomes, and thus they are
More common than citadels? Oh, well, that's sweet. Cool. Big fan.
appearing more frequently, and some of them are like, oh, you want deserts because they give you the essence map, or you want the mountain because they can give you this and that, you know. So
Okay, that's cool.
ideally there's a little bit of just like you see the edge of
Okay, that's also awesome. That's awesome. So the actual terrain types will matter a lot more now, besides that one node on the Atlas tree that nobody really took.
a desert, and you're like, oh my god, please.
Yes. Okay. So that's what I was going to say. This like idea of exploration is like I felt there needed to be something biomes where like you're actually pushing into a biome, because there's that one node that like affected your drops slightly, but obviously that's not much.
The one that was the shattered lakes, for example, as you can probably imagine, only spawns in the water biome, and so there's a little bit of like, you know, and so does Untainted Paradise, and so does one other. So there are actually three special
water
maps that can
biome
spawn only in the water. So
stonks.
water.
And otherwise, how easy is it to find? You said there was an icon. Obviously, you kind of have an idea of what biomes. Is it like also something that's pretty visually
there's art there,
spottable on the map?
Yeah, so the one we
looks
looked at with the megaliths, which had all the storm and lightning. Well, on the map, it has a bunch of storm and lightning.
Cool.
So, yes.
That's awesome. Cute. That's great.
That's
so
awesome.
We mentioned the Atlas passive tree, and you're seemingly, I think, you're getting better progression of that. But definitely an issue I had with it personally was that it felt very top heavy, both for the core one and also especially for the league mechanics, where like the league mechanics, you don't get points until you kill the bosses, which to me feels like the end of it for most players.
That kind of was the original pitch of that, and I wouldn't say that's really changing here, but there is more we want to do with that, and I think that it could be made better, but 020 isn't getting a change there to that side. But in terms of the actual core Atlas, it definitely is. You know, like you're getting that earlier, there's more.
We have a Nostradamus in the chat. The vibe I'm Sins 13. Okay, it sounds like I'm reading a Bible scripture. The vibe I'm getting from this is either things will be insanely easy or insanely hard next patch with the nerfs to skills and monsters. One or two builds will take the spotlight. Everyone will play them, then complain it's too easy or too fast while purposely playing meta instead of playing the way they want to. True, I am blind. Yep.
It's a bigger tree. There's more interesting stuff.
There's subtle changes to getting them in the sense that, like, for example, the difficulty 0 pinnacle bosses are way lower life.
Well, that's actually
now.
good. That's actually a very good point. So yes, difficulty 0 is now like half the life that it had before, and so
I will have all you know. Okay. I did not use Herald of Ice in the first Path of Exile 2 patch. Didn't use Herald of Ice. I didn't use Hoa until the last 5% of my journey. Thank you. I just wasn't smart enough to make it work. I did use Herald of Thunder, but I didn't use Herald of Ice, and I didn't have the screen-wide pops. Okay? Ethical gamer right here. All right?
that's like a pretty substantial
difficulty
change.
4 is currently the same
Yeah.
as what it was before. So it's same top end, but like easy, more accessible for more people at the bottom end.
Right.
And then also because of like, you know, due to the reliquary key working the way it does, all pinnacle bosses can drop all uniques at all difficulties, except they are like substantially less common at difficulty 0, but you feel way less bad for running them at that point now.
Right.
So again, it's just opening that up to a lot more people to farm, and it's not so much dependent on if your build can't.
That was
difficulty 4,
interesting.
you're not really a viable character kind of mindset.
So much more easy onboarding for those.
Which will give you your first sets of points certainly a lot easier now. That being said, not if you're playing the most broken build of all time, because you're probably nerfed into the ground, let's be real. So with your new build, we'll have to see how that balance goes.
Nice.
New broken build.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
yeah. One of those
Spectre builds.
specters. Yeah.
Ask about it.
The ultimate point being, you're certainly going to get those initial set of points easier than before. However, you are right that something isn't quite right there still, and I do need to kind of explore.
We are going to do more with this like later. We've talked about this issue, but we.
Like, for example, guys, what they're talking about is unlocking the Atlas passive skill trees for the leagues. I only have the Breach one unlocked. And 2 points into Expedition. I don't have anything into Ritual. Right? And I don't have the full Expedition tree unlocked or anything. Crazy. That I use Heralded by some of my hardcore runs. Ooh, I think I may have used a little bit of it on my monk before I died.
Didn't have time to do anything about it in 020 as much, but certainly by the end of early access, I think that system will probably look quite different.
Part of it also, as we were talking about before, adding all those extra bits of content to the leagues, it'll help give more interest to the trees and more nodes we can add to actually invest into. Because if you think about a breach, there's only so much you can actually modify right now. Right, there's a level of radius, speed, density of monsters, and like sure there's the standard stuff with monsters, but like you can only go so far when you don't have all of that depth of different factions and different bosses and different mini bosses and different itemizations or additional things with catalysts and whatnot. Like you are quite limited in how expansive a tree can be, and so it'd be nice to get those things in and also kind of look at the trees at the same time and reevaluate how that works, just so we can have them be more interesting while we're at it.
Right.
But yeah.
And now with the pinnacle bosses, if you're like halfway through a level, you don't need to. Oh, maybe I'll do that when I get the rest of the level now.
Yes, that was a good change.
That's an interesting change.
As he was saying, as you were saying, you no longer gain experience or lose experience anymore from pinnacles, so you could just feel free to do them anytime. Yeah, I think that's just a straight up upgrade, and I think that it's not like you were playing pinnacle bosses for experience.
No.
So yeah, it does the downside is not. A
Wonder if they'll add that to PoE 1.
Yeah.
It also is the nice thing of really just keeping, like, if we add more leagues, for example, and we end up with a Domain of Timeless Conflict problem, where it's just like rotations to max level, like ultra.
Yes,
ultra
we
quick.
don't want that type of content to be the way you
now
level.
we can say like maps are the way you level, like that is what you're doing. And sure, you might get some sort of unique map rotation here, and maybe not. I don't know. It depends. But hopefully we can avoid that. But either way, like it's just really you're playing in maps to level, and that's what you're doing.
It's
and there's something
that's
nice
not
about
itemized
that.
content, right?
At least until we've added Delve.
Well, sure. I mean, there will be future parallel in-game systems.
Confirmed.
Right? Like,
I know you want to do something like Delve.
Yes.
You're a fan. You're a fan. I mean, you made the end game look like Delve, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been a long-term problem, and one we need to properly apply to the other game as well. The whole like can't do my content because I got a level, and I'm like, even if you're only like 15% in, you're like, oh.
Yeah. It's just not as bad. It's just not as bad in PoE 1 because the leveling is faster.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
it hasn't been on our radar as much.
So speaking of like map progression, there's been some fundamental changes there. You're telling me that now you can no longer drop maps below your current level of map.
It's correct. So yes, you
Oh
no longer
my.
get, if you're playing a T5 map, you're only going to get T5 maps, or if there's a boss there, a T6 map. But we've also smoothed the way the whole progression works. So we've actually the map rates are way less random now entirely. When you kill the last rare in a map, that has a it can affect it. At T1, that was a 100% chance to drop another map of the same tier. And then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using Waystone chance. So effectively, it's de-randomized that a lot. And then there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that when you kill a boss, that's a guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still cube them up, 3 to 1 recipe to go up a level, or you can run it corrupted. And if you're running a corrupted map, then because it drops the same tier, that's like a sort of guaranteed. When I say
Wow.
Varlorb corrupting up
+1. That lets you do the run them the same level as well. So you've kind of got those 3 options, but it's much more intentional now. It's like if you're going up maps, it's like you're deciding, okay, this is a thing I am doing. You don't just kind of have that like it doesn't just happen. So it's kind of supposed to make the jump like. If you're just looking to sustain, you can do that, pretty much guaranteed. And unless you're dying more than the number of times you've got portals, which is obviously the thing now that you can go through portals again, the sustain is going to be a lot easier if you are dying. But then it's like once you've achieved that, it's like okay, you effectively can sustain forever. Like the cases where people just drop off the bottom and have issues should be like way less common.
Ultimately, it's way less random,
Interesting.
way more deterministic. And ultimately you can, as long as you are able to do the not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever.
Right.
Assuming you can roll enough, that high enough mod count. and you know there is a boss here, I'm going to go up a tier.
Yeah.
And you go for the boss, you kill the boss, you go up a tier.
And if you
And then you sustain that tier forever as long as you can do the difficulty.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
And if-
just very clean.
And if you're adding more mods, which you do need to be doing to continue to maintain 100% ability to go up tiers, then, and if you're doing that early, you're getting more maps than what other people are getting, which means you can do the cubing as well. Like, it's just kind of like, it just much more effectively gets the thing where, you know, good players can advance at the right speed, normal players don't fall off the bottom of the curve. It kind of solves all of those issues, like without, but also you're not going to have just like hordes of low-level waystones that you don't need.
Thank
as
everything.
well. So, you know, like,
And just know, it does, there are still, you can get to the highest tiers relatively quickly. You have to prove you're good enough, your character's good enough, but if you're doing it, you get there, right?
This is an
It's
awesome
pretty quick,
change.
and
Very
you can
cool.
take it at your own leisure as well, and that's completely fine. So it's not like, oh, we've made it way longer to get to tier 15. Like, none of that is really the case. It's just that before you could luck into getting to tier 15 quickly, with some level of, you know, biasing the luck, of course. Or you could just be like, what the heck, I'm like constantly running out and have a really bad time.
Right.
And so now it's just way, way more like predictable, and honestly, it probably has way more of an impact on the sustain problem, which we didn't really, which we talked about, which is the respawning. I would argue this thing has like way, way, way more impact on map sustain than the respawning does. I mean, obviously, if they're paired, then
Thanks
they're
for the
related.
prime
both,
10,
because-
Duras.
If because the guaranteed drop comes from the final rare, so if you were just dying, you would never get it. So the respawning is necessary in order to make it so that that's going to happen. For players who, you know, like, and obviously, you know, as it gets more difficult, and you get less portals, you start to get to the point where you're going to run into trouble. But if you're a good player, you should be able to get up into the top and sustain very well.
Yep.
You mentioned the idea of maps dropping magic by default.
Yes.
Is that something you're still doing, or
I believe it is.
Yeah.
But no, actually,
Oh.
wait. But there wasn't a concern about that, which I wanted to talk to you
Alps.
about later.
Wait.
Yeah,
which
well,
is
maybe,
the
maybe not.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later because the concern was raised that I think is valid. So yeah, we were going to make it so that maps drop magic and above, but there might be issues, so we'll discuss that.
That's interesting.
Well,
non-decided?
Yeah,
undecided. Yeah.
Undecided, yeah.
you thought it was decided. I just
Got a week left.
Yeah, we've got a week left. It's fine.
Oh, you're welcome. Crap.
Still figuring. It sounds like much more
Do I have to watch a do I have to watch a Twitch stream for the guillotine? Uh-oh. Dang.
deterministic progression
But
if
yes,
you're
that's
able
the
to
main
prove
thing.
the power that you have.
That's the
Well,
main
it
thing.
just should be, am I strong enough to do this? Yes, I can do it.
Right.
Not, am I lucky enough to do this, and
Yeah.
am I strong enough to do this?
Great.
One of those axes, get out of here.
Love it. So we've got rogue exiles populating the maps now. How common are these guys, especially with unique, since you get their unique guaranteed? I love that. The whole,
That's crazy.
It's 1 in 8%, 1 in 12.5 to start with, but of course Atlas tree be Atlas tree. So you can speak into that. And
is there like a map modifier for that or something to guarantee it? Or something like
there
that?
are. I think in this case, this one is the exception, whereas you can get normally guaranteed of the other things. We wanted the exiles to be one that you can't just guarantee all the time.
They don't always have uniques.
Yeah.
But when they do, they're using them. The AI is very cool, like how it works.
I mean,
with
they can
them.
have
No.
zero,
I'm
1,
excited
2,
for the Rogue Exiles.
There's nothing stopping them from having uniques in every slot.
What?
But like, it is.
The chance of that would be
It is
incredibly low.
absurdly rare.
Ooh.
Assume it's just roll per slot, basically, right?
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
roll
it's
per
roll per
slot,
slot.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
But
So
you
we're talking
might have a
like
line of just
fraction of a fraction of a percent
Yeah,
for like
exactly.
all of them, but still like
That's
5
cool.
or something like that. Yeah.
it can happen.
But they have quite a lot, like, because they're a player, the assumption is that their other gear is also relatively good, so they do generally drop more biased towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
they're doing that like full set of items because
Yep,
you've killed
yep,
a player.
yep.
Cool, I like that. I always love that little thing. And I feel like it's even more important here in PoE2, so
Right.
that's awesome. But just some of those
Yeah.
will be uniques, maybe.
We wanted them to be less common than the other content, but like way more exhilarating when you find them.
Yeah.
But of course, again, you can speak into them at the cost of other things. That's your choice.
Cool. Is there going to be some sort of like warning that they're coming, or are you going to know they're in the map ahead of time, or are you just going to get ambushed by these guys? Leaf zone from off
You
screen?
won't know they're in the map ahead of time, much like anything random you run into.
But they talk though, and they'll say something before they.
They monologue before they murder
They
you.
do.
Don't know if I'd go to quite the level of
Again, when I
monologue.
said
but
some,
sure.
when I said some insult you, I'm not joking. Like some do literally insult you, and I believe one of the monks is a pacifist, and he's like, I don't want to do this. Don't force my
love it.
and he'll do it anyway.
You're just like running away.
Yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
don't make me
Don't
do
force my
this.
hand. Yeah, exactly.
Well, look, you can just run away. You know, I really like the here's an occasional spike in difficulty, and again, it's important that they are relatively rare for that reason as well. But I do want it to be when you find one, you are very excited to kill it.
8% isn't that rare.
Out, you still have your number of portals you have, so unless you're running like a full 6 modded Waystone, just get back in there and he's gone, but or whatever, you've lost your uniques or non-uniques, whatever they had, but either way, just move on, you know?
I mean, you guys were somewhat forgiving with this. You didn't make it so that they take your items.
Yes,
True.
that would have been good.
That's an event at some
Don't
point.
give me that
perhaps.
idea.
That's maybe a 1 week event or something in the future.
It'd be
And it's
pretty
like,
easy to do.
just take one of your items. And then you got a nemesis system where you can find them and try and get it back in the future.
And you had the Tame Rogue Exile gem.
I don't tame's the right word.
Higher
exile.
You run up and
Yeah.
you can quickly be like, take $1 million gold.
Like, just give him a little snack. Like, yeah, you want to follow me?
I mean, to be fair, that would be a fun system.
It actually would. That's actually not a bad
Running
idea.
up and just being like, hey, I'm here, give me 100,000 gold and I'll be your ally. Is kind of,
I know you've
Come
tinkered with the idea of a hireling system at points
Yeah,
in the
well,
past, so now you've got your mercenary hireling system, right? Rogue Exiles. You recruit the one with good uniques.
We'll see. We'll see.
Going down a little bit of a rabbit
Yeah.
hole here.
Yeah.
So we did have some League mechanics come over from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. You're going to be looking to port more over. Are you going to be doing some unique ones that we haven't seen before?
I mean, we're definitely going to be doing more unique ones that are, that are just completely different outside of what we've done in PoE 1.
Awesome.
Absolutely. But
That's
I mean,
cool.
I think that like sort of the hope in the long term is that each, like, as we kind of get, past the end of early access and as we're sort of, just going out, that each time we do something, we're both adding a completely new League mechanic, but also potentially bring something back as well, kind of like as another additional kind of like, here's another fun thing. So that's probably sort of what I imagine will happen. But
Nice.
it kind of really is case by case. Like some things we don't want to bring back, some things we do, like, and my opinion can change on a dime as well.
What do you
Like,
not
if
wanna
someone
bring back?
suggests, like a new way to interpret something, then I might be like, oh, actually that is great.
Is it Harvest?
So, it honestly, people assume that we have a full plan of literally everything, but it's like in reality, it's like it's very much responsive to like what's happening and like
Where you
the
feel
plan
the
the
needs.
plan the actual plan relates to the things that like are definitely happening, right? You're talking acts, you're talking classes, you're talking like all that stuff is like definitely like that's happening. It takes a long time to produce. It sort of happens in the background. You've got outsources, armies of people kind of working on that stuff, and then all the kind of like more incidentally stuff is very much like, oh, let's do something cool, let's just make this, what if we do this, and we don't have a I don't have a plan for the next 12 strong boxes. It's just just come up with an idea and like that's cool. Just a fun little
makes
project
sense.
for a designer to work on.
How do you feel like some of the ones that were, I felt somewhat definitively part of Exile 1 in terms of clear speed, like Breach, for example, have settled into PoE 2? Do you feel like they're in a good spot, or were they a good idea to bring over to the game?
Look, I think Breach is. I mean, look, Breach is fun, right? I certainly wouldn't want to remove
is.
it. I don't know about like. I mean, there's probably been some balance changes.
I
to
mean,
it
it was
a little bit.
spawning too many
It has,
monsters.
it
Like,
has.
let's just say that without a doubt.
It's
I
much
mean,
better
yeah,
now to PoE 2 standards, yeah.
It's too like currently on PoE 2, it's just too out of control. It just needs to chill.
Right.
There was a little bit of an assumption made where it was just like, well, you'll get overwhelmed by monsters and it's more a matter of survive as long as you can. And then, of course, because you get self-propagating herald builds that are just literally can kill anything.
Which, by the
in every
way, heralds
direction.
don't self-propagate anymore.
Just get that out of the way.
Just get that out of the way.
The power of
Oh.
the characters kind of
Yeah.
distorted the league balance
Boom.
in a way where it's like we have to, make some changes. So
Thank
Yeah.
the
it's calmed
Lord.
down a bit.
I think we saw that
sure.
one coming. with the
Yeah,
heralds.
well, 100%. I mean, look, there's a lot of things that people will say they saw coming, but it certainly does end up being the case that like the patch notes are, so by the way, we aren't releasing them at the end of this live stream. We're going to be releasing them next week, but they are going to feel like a bit of a nerf fest for sure because like there's a lot of things that needed to get.
Let's talk
Log
about this.
in.
All right.
My
settle in here.
expectations,
Yeah.
Log
and
in. Let's
anticipations
go.
are that this first one is going to be an absolute wrecking ball of chaos and carnage, and see where things land.
Yeah.
But then maybe over time it'll become a sledgehammer, and then like a fine carpenter hammer.
Sure, that
Thank
definitely
you.
should be the
Lead
case.
with
As
this.
I said
Ah.
earlier, it's like 10,000 things will change this time. 5,000 things will change next time. Then hopefully we can halve it every single time.
People should really be going in with the expectation that like nothing they knew about how the game was balanced before is the same. Just forget everything you know.
Forget everything.
Exactly. So basically we'll.
Why the fuck was that not let? I love that. Why don't you start with forget everything that you have just played the past 4 months? Forget that should be the Jonathan quote. Forget everything. Welcome to Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt. Boom. Okay. I'll stop.
That kind of just means that, like, you know, everyone who's finding builds, like, do it again. Like, you are going to find more shit that is like outrageously broken again, but it is not going to be the same shit that was broken before.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do to this shit? Are you gonna let it go?
Yeah.
Attribute stacking, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So I mean, it's the hope is though that yes, you're right. It'll stabilize to the point, and it will take time, but we will get to the point where we no longer have things that are easy to become outrageous with. Right, like the idea is like it shouldn't be you can just slap a few different combination of supports together and then like you're just like destroying pinnacles in 14 seconds. You know, like it should be that.
14's a long time.
Yeah, okay, sure. But
You mean 14? That sounds like terrible.
Yeah,
That's not even on PoE.
yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying is with no items, right? But anyway, so the point is that like the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a bit of a fight. But then of course you do get back to the ability after, you know, like when like kind of like continuing to expand, like continue to develop your character post pinnacle to the point of being able to annihilate them in seconds.
Yeah.
But it's just like that has to be earned. It can't just be that like just a combination of supports that you can get trivially will do that.
Or like a common unique, you know, and then that's it.
Yeah, exactly,
you know,
right? So,
yeah.
but it can be. But once again, but if you get Temporalis, you know, it's like, well, now, you know, like now you've got some shit going on. But it really has to be that, you know, there is an economic factor involved in becoming ridiculous.
Yes.
And so it's when that's not the case that we have a problem that we need to hit shit with a balance sledgehammer.
Yeah, so originally I was going to come in and like ask about all the specific things, but we can just assume that like it's not going to be chaos. So I like the idea instead of focusing on kind of like your core. What are you aiming for? What are your goals? What are your metrics? So a number of like damage / how fast you kill a pinnacle boss.
Yeah.
That you're aiming for, and then how much players can exceed that, and you're like.
Yeah. So it really should be that you're not killing, as I said, not killing pinnacle bosses that fast at the moment. Like a good sort of benchmark for like just a guy walks in and like has kind of got something that's like not stupid, but also like not like doing something, you know, like not crazy. And we kind of imagine that they should have about 50k DPS doing something like that. But at the same time, anything up to 500k DPS is
10 times,
you know, is also that'll take you from taking a 3-minute fight down to like a 20-second fight. Like, you know, that's your range of like potentially acceptable kind of things going on. But if you're doing above,
that's less damage than Quinn's build. Okay, no way, dude. It's gonna be a freaking nerf bonanza. Holy crap. I don't think 20 seconds is acceptable either, Omega Cybers. It's gonna happen though. ARPG camper, what do you mean you'll stick with PoE 1? You're still gonna become absolutely broken. They are being idealistic here. There's no way they'll ever balance it in a way where it's not possible to one-shot these bosses. I believe.
That then you're in like we're probably going to nerf you territory at some point. So that's kind of like the thing. Now it's worth mentioning that like we've lowered like the life of pinnacle bosses to get that to be right and sort of things like the difference between a T15 boss and a pinnacle boss was just way too much.
Wait a second, what? They lowered the life of pinnacle bosses? What? Wait, what? Yeah, you can hear that again. I'm confused. Of tier 0 at level 0 to 3, yes. Oh, we gonna get nerfed hard then. We better get nerfed. Tier 0 Pinnacle has half health. I missed that.
Something like that. But at the same time, anything up to 500k DPS is
10 times.
you know is
fine.
also okay. And well, that'll take you from taking a 3-minute fight down to like a 20-second fight. Like, you know, that's your range of like potentially acceptable kind of things going on. But if you're doing above,
we'll see if they lowered our
then you're in,
DPS.
like,
That's
we're probably
crazy.
Going to nerf you territory.
That's crazy.
At some point. So that's kind of like the thing. Now, it's worth mentioning that like we've lowered like the life of Pinnacle bosses to get that to be right, and sort of things like the difference between a T15 boss and a Pinnacle boss was just way too much. So that has been that's been sorted out. Like it's things like that we just need to sort of get.
Does this mean you'll be able to progress to something like an Arbiter way quicker though? Because right now it's so RNG based that might even be even worse. Because like I'll bring up my friend as the example. The first time he fought Arbiter, Tier 0, he had a stupid strong minion build. He was doing, he melted Arbiter Tier 0 in like less than 2 seconds. He froze Arbiter and Arbiter died. Didn't even do any abilities. I'm curious if they've smoothed out the progression to that first Arbiter as well. Interesting.
Get things in the right place here.
And our ARPG camper, like I don't think anybody's trying to tell you how to play the game. But so what's a good example? I'm terrible at analogies. I don't know if you're playing like an RTS game, right? Okay. Real-time strategy game. And the developers don't have a consistent vision on how fast they want the games to be, right? You know, they are saying, okay, well, we really want them to be, 20 minutes, but of course you can play 60, 70, 80-minute games, but the balance is for like a 20 to 30-minute RTS game, right? And then the balance is all over the place, so you're constantly getting like, 5-minute games, you're getting 70-minute games, you're getting 90-minute games, and it's just like you want that cohesive vision for the developers, but then there are going to be outliers on either ends. Like there's going to be people who are doing in Path of Exile 2 10k DPS, there's going to be people who are doing 10 million DPS, but they need to have a guiding vision, right? I think that's what everybody's trying to say. They're not trying to force you to play away. They're saying there needs to be an idea of what the game should play like and be pretty solid, and then there will be deviations from that idea. Shit, I need to eat. I haven't ate today. That's probably the problem. It's 6:54 p.m. and I have not eaten. That's bad.
So that's a sort of expectation. Now, obviously, people are going to still find ways to get 10 million DPS somehow, I'm sure, even though we're like nerfing many things. But the thing I think that when we're talking about nerfs and how we want to do, my key thing that I want to try and achieve always is that whenever we're nerfing something, we're only nerfing the thing that was particularly like we're nerfing as little as possible to make it so that the average Joe who works in and just tries to do stuff is not getting affected by it.
Yeah.
Like it should only be the like ridiculously broken synergy thing that kind of like has some way of dealing with it. That's
Oh no, Guitar Holic. The reaction from the community is Doomer Brain. Oh no. No, everybody's dooming. I'm blind to all the reaction. Like I haven't done anything. Oh, that's so sad. The only thing that yeah, actually, if there's like nerfs and shit, hell yeah, I'm happy. This sounds good. Like I'm happy, guys. Now the only thing that I'm kind of sad about is the no druid, no axe, but this sounds good. Freaking nerfs. Nerf City to monsters too. To regular monsters, speed of regular monsters. I'm sorry, that sucks that people are. Yeah, I'm happy about this. Oh, most people are continuing with their day. Yeah. 6k likes to 200 dislikes. Yeah, this sounds amazing. So anybody who heard me dooming an hour ago, I wish they would have led with this. I don't know why. I just wish they would have led with this. I'm a big fan. Big fan of this stuff.
That's actually affected by this, and I'm struggling to think of an example off the top of my head. Maybe you've got some of like a way that a targeted nerf that kind of like.
I mean, like say lightning conduit. You're not going to reduce the base damage of it because someone's able to hit for 150 million with one hit from it. Like that comes from the compounding, like top end levels of exposure, stacking, conductivity, and more so shock effect. right? So it's more about like take away from the shock effect scaling side of things there and increase the base damage even, you know, like do changes like that where it's like for an average person it's now better, and for someone who is absolutely abusing's not the right word because like they're doing the right thing technically by their standards, that are using all those extreme factors, you know, bring those down a little bit, keep those regulated, and like it'll increase the average user's experience while narrowing, you know, bringing this down and bringing this ideally up a little bit. And
people expecting more from the update. You guys, you're not understanding what they focused on. They focused on developing the end game. They developed like new content for the end game, right? They developed new content for the end game, and they decided to double down on the Huntress and the new support jumps. That's the content they doubled down on. That it's a lot of stuff, and if it's as common as they're saying it is, it's a big win. It's a big win, you guys. And if there's these drastic balance changes, I'm very excited to see the patch notes.
in a lot of cases.
I like the idea that I felt it's somewhat reassuring to hear that there was actually kind of like a math here. Like ultimately, you're saying bosses have X amount of hit points. It has 500k hit points, and so we expect players around 50. Yes.
Right.
So that's a clear number. Like we know that. Oh yeah, and we're okay with you killing that like 10 times faster than we expect.
Right.
But it's when you get it down to 1 second.
Exactly.
Then we're
10,
like,
10 times is fine, right?
Then the problem with the more DPS you have, it is now I have to dodge less.
yeah.
I get more crowd control.
There's a snowball.
You know, it is. It really is. So you're always going to be incentivized to do that, and you get to this weird thing where now it's just like, okay, well, I think you after a while was like, I haven't actually seen a pinnacle boss fight that lasted more than 2 seconds.
That was really sad to me. Probably the saddest thing about the early access launch to me was seeing the first pinnacle boss fight, and it just like, and it's like, oh, you know, like it's like nobody had to care about the mechanics.
no.
The first time
I gave
it was
it so
for
many skills.
Exactly, right? Like there were so many skills and all these things, and it's like none of it mattered. It's like that's sad.
Yeah.
So yeah, we ideally was in a situation. Now I hope that doesn't happen again, but honestly, it's probably wishful thinking.
As I said, 10,000 things before, there's still going to be
there's still going to be
many
more, and it
thousand.
will happen every time, and people will find stuff,
Look, this again, by the end of early access, I want to say we're going to be in a real fucking good spot with this in a way that is not going to have.
Hey, yo,
so much
let's
abusive
go.
stuff.
That's it. I love
Getting
that
rid of
quote
that
too.
whole, I feel like I have to play X. Like,
Yes,
it is
that
very
100%
demoralizing to players when they
Yeah.
played their thing,
Yes.
and all of a sudden something comes out, and they're like, oh.
Yeah.
I
And
gotta
so
change over to this.
the way you will know that we're successful is because you get more diversity in classes.
True.
Yeah.
Because it means that there's no longer the thing that everyone has to play because it's easy to be
I mean,
successful.
you definitely saw that where it's like the comments of any build guide. It's like, oh, another Archmage build. Or
Exactly.
oh, it's just Heralds again.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's like this isn't even a build. This
go-
is just Herald again.
You go look at like what are all crossbow people playing, and crossbows is
Herald.
actually the least used weapon type, and so you specifically start there, and you're like, okay, well here's a bunch of people using these skills. Oh, hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom in action, hand of
Oh,
wisdom.
yeah.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
the crossbows are relevant, right?
yeah. Even without stat stacking, it's still better.
Yeah,
than the
and
other
it's
one.
like, okay, well, you know, obviously take some away from there, and then it's like, okay, well, what are you left with? Well, you're still left with probably crossbows are bad. So, what do you have to do? And it's like, you know, crossbows now, for example, just a quick change is like instead of using one-handed damage mods for added damage, they use two-handed and their base damage.
This is my
And then,
bingo.
all the skills now have a higher growth per level because they scale with other external factors like attack speed less because they have the reload time. So
Yeah.
they will be getting more damage per level, whereas before
Oh, nice.
most skills were very consistently growing per level.
Really sad.
So almost every spell would get the same amount of damage per level, regardless of everything else it had. And this is how you got things like Spark just being the dominant skill, you know, out of control, because it scales not only that, it scales obviously the number of projectiles kind of out of control, and with projectile and duration and other multiplicative scaling factors, you'll end up with just like, well, of course I'm just going to Spark everywhere. And so now it's like, well, Spark has these other multiplicative things, so it should get less damage per level. And this was in PoE 1 and was the right answer, and we somehow didn't replicate that exact thing that we did.
Yeah, everything
So-
just had the same damage growth.
Yes, we end up with exactly the same. So now every single skill we're looking at it and going, you're going to scale more, you're going to scale less, you're going to scale more on the damage axis because they have other things that scale.
And this just means that, like, when you're asking, well, what skills have changed? Well, the answer is literally all of them. Like,
Yes.
no skill will have the same damage as before. It's like a complete a complete rebalance of
Literally every
Expectation-wise,
skill
any
changed.
skill that
Okay.
didn't have a lot of things you could do for it. We'll get more damage. 'Cause that's
Yeah,
what it
that should
does.
be the case. But I mean, even as well, like when we're looking at things like I sort of mentioned it vaguely before, but like I'm trying to make sure, like we are trying to make sure that like the combos that work early game still work late game, which is kind of another important element of that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So crossbow's been buffed a lot,
boy.
and I also heard the other thing that was definitely getting a lot of buffs is Warrior as well.
I mean, we'll see how that looks. I mean,
everything and everything
yeah.
up and everything down.
Yeah.
It's so hard to even
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so hard to have like a cohesive message with the single like this class is better.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I mean, it's easy for mercenary skills or for crossbow skills because
Yeah.
I can look at those numbers and just be like, okay, everything's clearly higher.
Yeah.
But then in others, it's like it's
Well,
it's
that's
too
the thing
easy
with
to
Warriors.
say.
Like Warrior was like in many cases there was a lot of things that it was actually not bad.
Yeah.
Like it was good in many ways.
But then it didn't have anything that was outrageously broken like how the other classes did. In
yeah,
the same
and it
way.
didn't gel with all players in many ways as well.
I mean, we've also done balance changes on literally every ascendancy class as well.
Yep.
Okay.
You know,
Chaos.
Pathfinder has like 2 extra notables and some changes. You've got
I just feel like this is. Oh, it should have been in the freaking highlighting section. I don't know. Because a lot of people aren't going to watch the Q&A. We are 3 hours and 12 minutes. I am shocked they did not have a 5-minute section talking about forget everything. We rebalanced the entire game. Every ascendancy has been touched. There's new notables for the Pathfinder. I cut them off. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my God.
a new notable on Chronomancer. You've got a changes to like Chrono was way too much utility stuff. Like where's just my like good thing, So like you got like a good
Where's my
thing,
bonk node?
Yeah, less niche, more something. And then we've just done that on every single class. We've
Becoming weaker isn't most people's highlight. Rage bait used to be believable, bro. I'm done.
upped a lot of the undertaken or bad things, and we've downed a lot of the really good, powerful things that were over the top. So
this is why we've gone back to the more conventional patch note cycle of a couple days beforehand, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, absolutely.
Look, if they were ready, you would have them. They're not ready because we're not finished, right? Like, and giving someone half the balance changes doesn't allow them to even make educated decisions on what they're going to
help
play.
you
So it's
or them.
completely pointless at that
So
point. Yeah,
we'd rather give you everything all at once instead of just some like here's
But even once you have the patch notes, like don't even be under the mistaken illusion that you'll be somehow able to determine what the best builds are from that. Like this, because it's such a big difference.
It's
so
hard
many
to take
changes,
things
yeah.
into context because you can look at it and say, oh, okay, so like this thing got buffed, but this thing got nerfed. It's like, okay, but you're linking just 2 things. You're not linking all of the other things.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah.
it's very
We'll try though. We'll try.
Yeah, sure, give it a shot. Do your best.
Look, when the game released, you had to learn everything. You just might have to do it again and again. Every single patch after every
I love
major
that.
patch after this, you're going to have
Release
to have
too.
less and less of that, and your familiarity will be able to come in and be useful. So at least from a balance perspective at this point, like it's not like we've structurally changed the campaign and all that. So you have still a lot of information and knowledge that is going to help you play the game better anyway. On your second. I mean, a lot of people maybe made multiple characters, but for a lot of people, this might just be their second character.
Yeah.
So they're certainly going to be more equipped. And we've had the races, so you've been able to see how the best people play.
Oh yeah. There's definitely some good tips to learn from there. Oh yeah. That lever skip with the portal, oof, beautiful. It's my favorite. On the slightly bigger picture as well, like life and armor versus energy shield.
Oh, shit.
Are you happy with kind of where either of those are at, or what do you kind of hope to achieve with them?
Energy shield certainly, I mean, primarily due to Grim Feast. And like mana stacking being a little bit out of control that's been too strong and more the inside of defense for sure. Expect some pretty drastic changes there. As for armor, well, it's one of those like accuracy kind of things, right? Where it's like or dexterity and like where it's like honestly our next point with that is honestly just to get in a room and just be like, all right, let's pretend it didn't exist and we were coming up with the game from scratch and we're like, okay, we have strength. What would we want the ideal defense to be? And honestly, it might even extend further than that. And really just see, firstly, to make sure we end up, if we don't end up at the same point, make sure we end up as better. Maybe we do end up at the same point and we do just go, okay, here are some other changes that we need to make around physical damage in particular or something like that. But it's one of those things where at this point we just need to like review it from literally back to basics and see where we end up, because it might be something completely different, but like it might also end up being
The
relatively
armor's
the same,
worse
and
than
maybe
in
it was the
PoE
better
1.
answer, but
I'm
either way, it's
shocked
worth
that
the
they won't.
discussion worth the time, because you know, it's, I wouldn't say we're happy with it, and I wouldn't say we're necessarily like all the way unhappy with it, but it's, yeah, there's something not quite right going on for sure.
You're still fundamentally questioning some of these things and willing to go back to the drawing board on them, which is quite interesting.
Well, 100%.
I mean, this is the time to do it.
But-
we drastically changed how
it's in
evasion
early-
works, and I would say it's for the better, you know, and we should be exploring that with everything, and you know, so we just need to do that process still. You know, that being said, you know, as we make things more like the shield block better, as we
Are we all gonna be
ascendancies or
dying
nerf them
exiles?
and, you know, on the other defensive
Nobody's gonna be
arcs,
alive.
you know,
Oh my
things like
God,
will
we're
become
gonna
better,
get
but yeah,
butchered.
again, it's not quite right, but I don't have enough information to say, you know, where it will look, what it will look like in the future. So.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Crip obviously doesn't talk to these guys
So
anymore.
Let's talk about recovery as well, because that's another big thing. I remember early on ExileCon discussions about the importance of limited recovery in making combat matter, you know, so that you could have situations where you're attritioned or where like the hit that you took matters for the next hit that you take, and you know, just back up the full. But
Okay.
it's pretty good in boss fights, honestly. I feel like recovery
always
is somewhat
dying.
limited. That still happens a bit, but certainly in clearing, you have access to tons of recovery with
Yeah.
cannibalism and things like that.
Yeah, I
certainly
better
out of
finish the
control,
hardcore
and
run.
it's
Holy
a little bit
crap.
of, again, partly due to the fact that kill speed and clear speed just was way higher than we had expected and what we balanced around. And because if we were balancing around what people are currently doing with the upper echelons of builds, you'd like, you know, you'd have to have effectively every average player and average build just could be completely, it would be useless for them. Now there are ways around that, of course, but part of it is like a lot of the recovery mechanics, like if you're talking about things like on kill and based on damage dealt, it is a rich get richer problem.
Way higher than
so-
expected. I
Yes,
just
there are cases that are problematic, and then there are just characters.
video
that are just
volume
wrong.
is
And there's a little bit of
basically
both
max.
going on. I wouldn't say we've targeted any recovery specifically here, really.
Okay.
Like, that's not been a main goal. I'm not going to say that there aren't little bits changed here and there, but it's more about, you know, we've really made sure to just... It's kind of hard to say exactly what we've done because, again, this is probably a thing we're going to have to look at next time because there are so many changes that it is hard to even,
Yeah.
like, understand how this is going to fit into
Once
all
the
of that
dust
now.
clears, you might be
Yeah.
able to see how recovery's looking.
100%. Like, we're at the point where we do need a little bit of like, all right, we need another round of testing for this because,
Yeah.
you know,
All
and
right.
again, I'm going to stress it is actually impossible for the amount of changes for us internally to be
yeah,
able to be certain
it's maxed on
testable.
Twitch too,
Yeah,
guys.
but the vision is,
Oh, you guys
is
can't see.
still that
It's max.
idea of like more stricter recovery or less powerful recovery than what.
Well, it shouldn't certainly be like here's one little piece and now it's fully solved, right? Like
Yeah.
having heaps of recovery should be something you can achieve, but it should require a decent amount of investment or high tier item
Okay, yeah.
itemization, right? Like for sure
That's a
it
good
should
summary.
be possible. It just shouldn't be trivial.
Yeah. So, and on that note, then for like vision, what's your vision of what Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be? Because I think some people are still like unsure about, is it supposed to be just kind of more like Path of Exile 1, a
Holy
faster
shit.
game, or is it supposed to be a
Holy
world
shit.
game, a much more different
Alert.
thing? Like, this is a hard thing to
Alert.
communicate,
Yeah,
but
I
it's
mean-
still, it gets asked a lot, and I feel like people are still a bit unsure.
It's
so.
funny though because like once again it's not, I don't view it as just a pure speed question. It's about like, is the combat engaging and fun?
Yeah.
And also, are you getting to the point where you never get to engage with bosses? Like if you're never if the first time you fight a boss you just destroy it without seeing any of its mechanics, then that's a problem. And it doesn't really say anything about the pace of combat. Like if you look at some of the Huntress stuff we've got there, like it's incredibly fast paced when it comes to like dashing around
Yeah.
and stuff, but you still have to engage with things, and that's the key element for us. So you know, like obviously players want to
Okay.
get ridiculously powerful, and we still want to let them get ridiculously powerful. It just has to be earned. It has to be, you know, like after a certain point, and like after you, like once you have finished your character, once you've sort of done everything, then yeah, you should be just like, you know, like crazy and like beyond the point of any of all reason. It's just that you have to earn it. You have to get there, right? And like that's the power growth thing. That's like, it's really hard to sort of just like smoothen that out across the whole game, but like that's ultimately the goal, right? You have to kind of get to the point of like that. You constantly feel you're getting stronger. You always feel like the next, like, oh, I got this, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and you keep on going. And you have to scale that all the way to the end, because the moment that you get to the point where
Right.
you're just trivializing everything too early, it's like, well, the
Boom.
rest of the game just becomes boring. Of
That's
after that
the point.
right?
That's
There has
it.
to be that, you know, there's the level of that you still have to get.
And so, kind of based on
Yes.
that, earlier
Yes.
discussions about like damage and boss time to kill and things like that, it sounds like
It's
the
too
time where
fast.
you want that to be starting to taper off, like the players can start to cheat that a bit, is after they've done pinnacle bosses.
Well, you should feel that way multiple times throughout the game. But then later you still then get to a new level of challenge that
You
still
find
requires you
something
to
else.
engage again. Like if we're doing our job correctly, it's like you reach a point of feeling like you're a god, and then you're like, oh shit, but there's new god-like shit above me that then makes me have to then
Now
do
I have to find the uber gods.
exactly right. So you have to keep on with that train. And it's actually really hard to take you back from feeling like, oh, I'm all powerful back down to like I'm feeling, you know. And so you have to kind of get that in there as you go.
want that
out.
Dragon Ball anime arc.
Yeah,
where
for
there's,
sure,
there's,
right?
You know, there's always
You know?
a new level of Super
Yeah,
Saiyan
exactly.
after the previous one.
Exactly, right? That's what you have to be able to do. And so, yeah, it's smoothly taking up that power level curve, you know, all the way to the end.
Yeah, so I think like when it comes down to things like movement speed when clearing, it's about like if you're able to just ignore everything because you're moving so
Yeah,
fast.
exactly. If you're able to ignore everything, then you obviously you will move really fast. If you're not able to ignore everything, suddenly your clear speed is like not as big of a thing. So long as there are still things that are challenging you, as long as you reach the next tier and like everything's harder again, then you're good.
I feel like a point of the difficulty here between the communication of this.
Guys, I just think it's going to be a completely different game when we log in. I'm so ready for next Friday. Guys, I just think it's going to be completely different. I am so fucking excited. It's going to be completely different. I'm throwing everything out. I don't even think this is overhyping it. It sounds like they completely rebalanced everything. And there's the new content. There's Huntress. I hope I get my ass kicked. I hope I get my ass kicked hard. Okay? And I know, not like Dark Souls. I'm not even talking about that. Like, not my ass kicked hard, but like, I'm just excited. Okay? I'm just excited. Okay? I don't know if it will feel slow. I just feel like there's going to be a lot more push and pull, a lot more engagement. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm going to have to actually think and be like, okay, what skill am I going to use here? Oh, I'm not just going to go in my straight little line of, okay, well, I'm playing Monk. I need to work my way to Ice Strike, get Herald of Ice working. You know, very, very regimented line. I feel like it's going to be different. If I don't, hey, guys, tune in. April 4th, I'm going to stream starting really early in the morning. I'm going to stream my whole experience. If I'm wrong, I will let you know. I hope you guys understand that. I know you guys are calling me the biggest GGG shill. I love them when I enjoy the game, and I will speak my mind if I don't. And I did all this stream up until now when it sounds, in my opinion, really good. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, people calling me the biggest shill, okay? All right?
This with you guys and some of the people in the community is that I feel like you're not really looking at it in terms of PoE 1 versus 2. You're just trying to answer that question specifically.
Yeah.
So it's not really about like it being like PoE 1 or 2.
Exactly.
They haven't said a word about Druid yet. I think they told Ziggy, don't ask about Druid. Bro, don't ask about Druid. You're gonna piss off Try. You guys didn't add the Druid. I cannot believe there's no Druid, and I cannot believe there's no Einhar. I'm actually shocked there's no Einhar. Aren't you guys freaking I'm stupid beast. Like, where is my Einhar? I don't know. Where could Einhar be? He's not in Path of Exile 2. I don't think he's ever going to come in the game now, which is an L, okay? I wanted my Einhar boy. By the way, Belmont, thank you for the tier 1 for 2 months, bro. I missed that. Sorry. Appreciate it.
Exactly, right? It's just about making the combat good.
It's either the combat is fun or it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a sort of spectrum of stuff there, but I would say that you want to be able to engage with the boss. You want to be able to fight its mechanics and do its skills, and you want to feel like you can overcome those over time and get better. And
People really like my Einhar impression. Guys, I was a Dungeons and Dragons DM for like 10 years, and I was actually quite good at the improvisation aspect. Lots of character voices, many different campaigns run. The one I had to end when my first daughter was born, essentially, was 97 sessions long, and we were nearing the epic conclusion. Man, I miss that. It's a ton of work. D&D is a ton of work. Yeah.
you want to engage with monsters, and And yeah, there's probably some people who are like, no, I don't. I want to just press a button and loot drops on the ground, and I don't have to
You
look and do
Maven voice,
anything.
Lil.
Well,
Lil
that's
V,
an
and I don't know
interesting
about
point,
that.
Is this let's say the quote unquote mythical average build is are they able to switch their brain off and watch Netflix on a second monitor only
Oh! Oh my god, he asked the question!
if they're doing like maps 3 levels under what they should be doing or something, or should that be able to happen at kind of like
Once,
where they're
once
at
you're
normally,
at, once
or-
you're at your tier of godhood,
Here's the question. Here, let me rephrase the question. Do I need to engage in the game while I'm playing the game? No! Wow! Do I need to play the game while I'm playing the game? Oh my god. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
For
But I actually want to address that because, like, okay, so I'm watching. Well, okay, right now I'm watching Deep Space Nine, funnily enough, but you know, I'm watching Deep Space Nine as I'm playing, as I'm testing the game, right? It's like you develop a muscle memory, and that muscle memory can include using multiple skills and doing like multiple things, and that's still to me more engaging than just holding down a button, you know?
So you're saying this like watching things on the secondary thing isn't about the game being easy, it's just a skill issue. You need to get
I wouldn't say that. I'm
to-
just saying that your muscle memory can develop from more than just using a single skill. You just, you know, like
Get good,
we've always
Exiles.
sort of said that there's this thing where, like, okay,
good.
sometimes you pause the show, right? Sometimes that happens because you come to a thing that's like
this is an update to the classic, you know, second
I
monitor.
love how
Netflix.
this friggin' watching something on the second screen has become such a
I
fundamental
know
part
it's just,
of the.
it's just the community's just grabbed it and it's
Yeah.
become a thing forever. But
Well,
it's been updated now. Like this is the update. You want
Well,
to have,
it
you want
was-
them to have to
It
pause
was
sometimes.
a philosophy set for a
because
different
I feel like
game,
I've said that 10 years ago about
Yeah.
how, like, sometimes you get the spike in difficulty.
It'll
Like, oh
haunt you
shit,
forever.
you know, like now you have to do this. But yeah, I guess that turns into pause the video at this point. But yeah, but no, but look, if I play this way as well, right? Like it's not like I'm, you know, like once you get to a certain point, it's like, you know, obviously you're going to want to, you know, the music, you've heard it lots of times, you know, like you want to have something else going on. That's fine. But I still think that there needs to be
Debatable.
the ability to have. You know, to have something engaging from time to time that you have to deal with. So yeah.
It's always been a bit of a silly thing because you've got so much element of choose your own difficulty in Path of Exile, right? Like
Exactly.
do harder maps, do easy
Yeah,
maps.
But I mean, but look, people always want to choose the hardest stuff, right? So therefore,
Yeah.
that's what they're judging it against.
That's true. You
And
do
so
have to
that's
account
why
for
you
that.
do need a level of economic gating to make it so that, like, you know, you can't go too far with difficulty without, you know, without having to prove the economic stuff on some level, so that you can.
Yeah, you're dying
So
and
you're
losing the
dying,
map.
exactly, you're dying and losing the map. Yeah, that we have to think. Like all that map sustain stuff is so tricky for that reason. Like
Yeah.
getting that exactly right. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like some big advancements in that regards. So I've got some kind of random tail questions here. Are you planning in the future on, I don't think it's probably happening this time around, but on changing campaign pacing at all? Like, I feel like some of the zones are probably a bit too large and a bit too empty.
Ooh.
I mean, that's more about adding more stuff to them than it is about making them smaller.
Mm.
Like, there's still a lot more events in campaign that we haven't added yet that
Yep.
still need doing. There's like big lists of, you know, things that we never got time to do. So we'll keep on getting to those. and do
The
them.
argument there, which I do believe in, is an area should be able to be large if it has enough interesting things. The
Right.
frequency of interesting things is high
Yeah.
or
I mean,
consistent.
yeah, like the size of an area is completely right. Like imagine there were no load screens. You just walked from place to place. Like you wouldn't be thinking about area size exactly. It's just, is the density of interest enough? You know, like the fact that there happens to be a load screen between one place and the other is not
Yeah,
really the relevant
long
element.
is directly.
Yeah.
The maps will stay
proportional to
large, Exiles.
interesting.
Exactly, right? So yeah, so to me,
one thing we do need to obviously do, and we have done in some areas, is just making sure that if it is a large area, it's not just interesting things to find as well. It's also making sure there's enough monster variety that way
Yes.
it's not just so repetitive. Of,
yeah,
like
exactly.
Yeah, where you've got like almost different biomes. in
there
some
are
areas.
some where I would say the area is large enough, or you're in there long enough such that there isn't enough monster variance, and so it just
Yeah.
gets a bit repetitive.
But yeah, it's completely true. Anytime someone says, "Oh, this area is too large," I'm like, "Well, okay. So what monsters are we changing? What events are we adding? That kind of stuff, right? Because that's the way that you change it around. Like there are areas that are very large that no one complains about because they're, you know, stuff
'Cause they
to
got a
find.
lot-
The
they got a
fun
lot of
There's
things
also
and
like
stuff to
there
have.
are good. I don't know how many people are gonna play this or how many people stop playing before 011, but like it's worth noting again. Like areas have like the fast travel thing now as well
Yeah.
to
It's certainly a big
between
help.
checkpoints and there's some of that stuff which I'm hoping again when people start playing from scratch they get to see a lot of the improvements we did before as
Yes.
well and see how they feel
And
about it
it's
again.
worth mentioning through campaign, we've got both the wisps and there's also strong boxes as well through campaign.
Yeah.
Like they feel a little bit different. There's just as you play through, you're certainly finding some things you wouldn't have
Shrine
last time.
soon.
couple more
soon.
ones.
Yeah.
Soon.
Yeah.
The what's it?
Shrines.
Oh,
We'll have them actually in the campaign soon.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think art wasn't quite done right, or something like that. Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, it might be a bit weird. The ones in the end game, it works a little bit better narratively, but using that asset throughout the campaign, it would feel real random. So it's just a matter of as soon as the art's done, we'll be chucking those in as well.
Oh, great. So that could be after release.
It'll certainly be shortly after.
But also, like, every time we do like that we're expecting people to play through again, like we'll probably tweak like which content spawns in different areas, and we'll just like fiddle around a bit so that then you play it just feels a bit fresh, and you know, things are going on there.
Yeah, you kind of got me there. I feel like each of the zones I'm trying to think of that like feel like they're way too big is like they're also just coincidentally empty.
Yes.
So I guess that is maybe perhaps more an issue.
It's the exact same problem happens in maps, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we talked about that. Like the boring empty map.
Yeah. When the maps, when people say the map's too big, just not.
I think I phrased it to Jonathan yesterday when we were talking about it as every screen looks the same as every other screen. It wouldn't matter where I'm standing in the map. It would look.
I think the map you were talking about was Step. Like we were looking at Step and being like, okay, well, what's actually like?
It's a big square.
Yeah, and there's nothing going on in it. And even if there was stuff going on, I mean, like it's funny because like it took us a little while to even come to an understanding of like what needed to change there. Because I'm sort of saying like, okay, well, you know. Like
8 out of 10 scrimps.
It's like, you know,
8 out of 10 now.
Old plains in D2 as to be a boring area because it's ultimately kind of similar. But the answer is, well, there's buildings sometimes, and you get like, you know, there's just like there's just a little more going on in that way. So like we need to make sure that maps feel that way too when we're doing them.
There has been a few pervasive crashes and issues like that.
Oh, God, yes. Well, I'll tell you what, the entire engine team have basically been entirely focused on that for 3 months, and it's been horrible because, so I mean, it's kind of a long story, and I don't know if I should go into all of it, but ultimately, the issue is that on NVIDIA cards, the remaining issue at least, is that on NVIDIA cards, if you're using a driver that's bigger than, I think, 560 point something, like basically after that point, the game crashes, and if you install an older driver than that, it doesn't. And
I don't crash.
If the crash happens in the driver, in the GPU, NVIDIA is just like not really much help, you know, like, and so it's like just trying to nail down what even caused it. It's just so hard when it's like, and the thing that sucks about it is like,
Screw
it won't
NVIDIA.
reproduce on anywhere except production and alpha, and like the moment you look at it, like we can't reproduce it anymore, and yet for some people it happens all the time, and it's just like, it's so horrible. And like, you know, what we've done, we actually come up with a somewhat ridiculous idea that was now implementing, which we're going into 020 with, by the way, which is that, and this will seem stupid, but like, how about we just don't crash? Which
you tell me about this.
Yeah, exactly. So basically what we do is, what we're now changing it to is that if the GPU driver crashes, what we do is we create a new device, and then upload all the textures to that. The game is paused while this is happening, and then it unpauses, and then the game keeps going. And so that is what we're doing to solve this crash. And it's like it's kind of ridiculous that this has to be the solution, because like it's just mysteriously in the NVIDIA driver we have like, and we have tried to find a workaround for this. It is just like so difficult. So that in 020 that's what will happen. So
while we're here, like, do the players have a workaround? Like,
well, you can install the driver earlier than.
Sure. What about the Vulkan? Does that matter?
Yes. Well, but no, not entirely. It does still happen in Vulkan, but it's a bit unclear about that particular thing, about whether or not that's less. But
I figured it might be
it is in the driver. But I mean, yeah, like if you install.
On Hippocrates, thanks for the $10, dude. Thanks for your videos. You are my go-to creator for this game. Buy yourself a soda. You're gonna hate me. I don't drink soda, but I will use your $10 to get Thai food as soon as my stream ends tonight. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Have a great one.
An older driver, it will go away.
So all of this time when people have been saying the classic armchair developer meme, it was like, why don't you just add a bit of code that says if crash equals false?
Yeah, well, you know, something like that.
Works.
Basically do the engineering to allow us to just recreate the entire GPU context, and then there you go, and then don't crash, and that is actually the solution we're now going with. But it's like the thing is, the other one that sucked though was that stupid damn full system freeze, because I'll tell you what, if the entire system freezes, there is just nothing you can do to find out what the hell caused it, because like, you know, there's no like crash report, there's no logging, there's no literally nothing, right? And it's
I'm going to get pineapple curry.
like that happened. That happened when the Windows November H2 update shipped, and then things just started mysteriously freezing. And my God, that was hard to track down. And you ask Microsoft about it, and they're like, "Oh, we'll look into it," and it's like nothing happens. It's like, Jesus Christ, guys! Like it's so annoying.
I can feel your frustration.
Yes,
is palpable.
It's incredibly frustrating because it's like we want nothing better than to fix this shit. So that one was fixed. Like there was some spin lock implementation that like. I don't have any understanding of why it causes this to happen, but we tweaked it a bit and now it doesn't happen anymore. And it's like there's no rational reason why this should cause the operating system to freeze. And the thing is, there's not even a good answer at the end. There's not even like, oh, here's what was wrong. It's just like this random particular sequence of operations being done causes your entire system to freeze for no reason after this Windows update. It's like, well, cool.
That's
like what do you do about that? Like it's just terrible. And so yeah, that one sucked. But basically now, I mean, it's funny because we've fixed so many crashes that weren't the crash. So like,
I gotta highlight it. Gru99, haha, bit like when I died. No report in what killed me. Now you know how we feel. Oh, based. Oh my God.
General stability, apart from that crash, is incredibly
like
good now.
99% down, probably 99.99%.
And it's like the thing is, we'll fix a crash and we'll be like, oh, maybe this is the crash, and then it fixes like 2% of crashes, and you're like, well, that wasn't the crash, but at least it looks good to fix, right? Like it's so annoying. But as I said, we have a workaround now.
That's good.
That will basically recreate the graphics device if
so you might get
very
a pause,
interesting.
and then
you'll get a pause for 3 seconds, and then like roughly depending on hardware, and then it will continue, and the game will pause at the.
I obviously just make it clear we don't want it to remain like that. Obviously,
yes. Obviously, we'll still try and fix it, but at
leave
least it means you're not crashing. And you're certainly not freezing anymore. That's sorted out. And then we found another one recently, which was like, okay, so this is another stupid one, right? Like, so anyway, so there's that whole like Intel CPU issue, like on 13th and 14th generation Intel CPUs, where like there's some freaking voltage regulation problem that causes CPUs to break in a certain way. And if that happens, then like the thing that will break is that like the decompressor will like it'll decompress something and like one bit of it will be wrong. Like literally one bit in there, and then it fails like a hash check, and then that just causes the game to crash. And so the fix, like it's like things like that will happen as well. Like you've got stuff like that, and it's like, well, once again, it's like it is our problem. We have to fix it because it's affecting real users. But like the solution to stuff like that, is just so annoying.
After the initial reveal, I was at a 5 out of 10. I am now at an 8.25 out of 10. That is where my hype is. I am so excited that it seems like they have completely upended all the balance of the game in terms of the monsters, in terms of the skill, the character power, all the progression. The endgame systems look awesome that they've added. It sucks they didn't add new acts, in my opinion. Of course, sad about the druid, but the huntress looks rad. I'm definitely going to play that. I love the mobility of the monk. The huntress looks like that on steroids. Going to try to make some melee options work. Looks like a fire patch. It's just not what I was necessarily expecting content-wise, but it sounds like the balance portion that I was really peeved about for the first hour and a half was addressed, 3 hours and 20 minutes into the live stream, which is crazy to me. I think that should have been one of the mainstay features. 100 support gems is pretty cracked.
To find, and so yeah. Anyway.
It sounds like you've improved a lot of the unrelated crashes, and you've come up with a good workaround at least.
Yeah, at least hopefully. But
so that sounds like a massive improvement. But I also just think your obvious frustration is very validating for people who have been frustrated with this.
Exactly. But the thing that's the most annoying about it is that like all these the engine team.
I think they should have spent 5 minutes on the balance, or just said, well, forget everything you've learned about Path of Exile 2. Welcome to Dawn of the Hunt. Like I feel like there's these snappy like one-liners that they could have put in there and scripted that would have been like, having people freak out, because that I mean, I usually don't care a lot about balance changes. I really did in this Path of Exile 2 patch, and I feel like a lot of others feel the same. Don't talk about armor, of course. Just don't talk about armor. But all the other stuff, great, awesome.
who are spending time fixing this, they're not able to spend time working on performance issues, which, you know, is something else that we need to be obviously improving over time. You know, there's been a few performance improvements, but like not nearly the number we would have had if we had all, you know, 7 of those people
tied up with
like
this,
like working on performance improvements.
Yeah,
So
fair
you know,
enough.
that's been the most frustrating thing about it.
Crashes first.
Yeah.
He said there's really no armor changes and that he has to think about it more. That's what they said about armor. And there's nothing really substantial coming in the patch. And as for what they balanced, basically everything, it sounds like. Every skill.
100%, but it's like, yeah, when they're kind of...
We have been chipping away at some decent ones, though.
Yeah, no, we have. Yeah,
we
those
got
do
some
improve.
pretty
Yeah.
good performance problems resolved.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, there was that
were,
ice
you know,
one that was really bad.
Yeah.
And, you know, there was things like that. So, like, the worst offenders
Nice.
we're certainly fixing. But, and, like, I have no doubt by the time we get, you know, each time we do a new release, it'll be even better.
Yep.
Great.
But, you know, and yeah, by the time we get a full release, I'm sure it'll be, like, very good.
And I mean, speaking of, I know it's like tangential sort of as well. Obviously, we had a lot of woes around the release, but we've done a whole lot of back-end engineering work to make it.
Yes,
you know, the launch
yes.
is-
So, yeah, the launch should go smoother as far as, like, you know, all
it was
the
pretty
technical
good.
stuff. It was.
Wow, it still
But-
was 5 hours of
Yeah,
not
yeah.
good.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
5 hours compared
No,
to
no, no.
like,
This time,
days,
this time. I know, look,
industry standard.
I'm tempting fate here, but like we've made significant improvements to the ability for the realm to handle stuff. So,
5 minutes this time.
well, I mean, we'll see, right? You never know what's going to go
You
wrong.
always
But it should
sometimes
be
get
much
caught
better.
out by something random.
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
so-
It should be much better this time.
Good luck with it.
Yeah.
I hope you get enough players to stress your theory. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
true. Mm-hmm.
always the good thing to aim for. We'll just run up with a couple of the random kind of chat questions before we finish up today. Any possibility of Ascendancy respecs? Is that something you've considered?
Oh my God.
Especially with all the changes going on.
We're sort of not in love with it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just one of
Wow.
those things where, like, I feel like it's key to the identity of the character, and like respecing, like, the journey of the character, like, it does get pretty significantly compromised if you allow for that. But I know Mark is especially strongly.
Oh my gosh. Jonathan is no longer a believer. It's over. It's over, guys. No Ascendancy respec ever. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is going to be the exact same as last time, which is like, I don't know exactly, or I don't know how to articulate exactly why I feel so strongly about this, and so do a lot of the team members. Of like, again, it's just that your choices should matter, and you know, it's obviously something that I was okay with in PoE 1, and so there is probably a world where I will be okay, but there's got to be some level of work involved to achieve it that isn't to just pay a little bit of gold.
Windows
and then
11.
done or whatever. Like, I want to find a way to do it if we're going to do it in a way that is like grounded
That's
and
interesting idea.
and difficult to do. Well, not, I wouldn't say difficult, but like requires some actual work to do. So that would be the compromise I'd certainly be willing to explore, which I have been thinking about recently, because I know every single time we come to an expansion, it's going to come
Yes.
up. So
The trial of respecting or something.
yeah, there'll be something where your character has to undergo some sort of challenge or something to do it. And I know you could argue, well, doing the trial is that, and you're
Gotta
not
make some
entirely wrong, but
sacrifices.
something a bit more.
Sacrifice a few
so
animals,
I'm
few thousand
sure-
enemies.
I'm sure we'll have
Brown
a
meal, you're
conclusive decision,
100%
or at least
right.
a level of articulation one way or the other by the end of early access.
Alright.
But for now,
I'll ask you then.
yeah, it's just going to take me a bit more time to figure out what I want to do there.
That's the frustration. Brown meal.
Is dynamic switching between keyboard and mouse and controller coming at all?
It's not in 020, but it will be coming.
Oh,
I'm
dang.
really hoping by 030, like we should be able to get that. That is a very key feature.
Yeah.
It seems like it's going to be hard to loot juice maps with only one portal. Oh no, well, this question has already been answered. Well, actually no, because there's still one portal.
This is a concern.
that's
And we
true,
have to do
with
something
juice,
about
so
it.
we have to figure
We
it
have
out,
to figure it out.
My
Yeah.
bad,
So
yeah.
in the next week, we will actually be looking into this one.
There's a few problems around
point.
it.
Oh, they're
Still,
addressing that
there are
problem
other
that was
things
brought
to
up
come
earlier.
Like,
Yep.
you know, you also don't want it to be that if you did use your one portal, because it's your portal that's used, not everyone's portal that's used. Because when it says
That's actually
one
a good point.
portal,
Yeah, it's a
that's
good point.
one
We didn't
portal
I think we
for
mentioned
up
that.
to 6 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when it's 6 portals, it's 6 portals for up to 6 players, which means technically it's 36 entries and exits out of the map, right? And like that changes things in a way where it's like when it's down to 1, it's like you don't
What?
want it to be that, oh, I failed the map. Quick, Ziggy, come join my party, get in here and finish it for me. You know, you don't want to kind of have that
Over my
style
head.
of play happening. So there are still some things we need to figure out with this, because it's going to promote some what I would probably classify as degenerate behavior, as well as the fact that, yeah, you're probably like, oh, my inventory's full, zone out. Oh, what the? Okay, sweet. And sure, you can add a warning, but I don't know if even restricting it to just one inventory of loot like that is good, right? I would personally prefer that it's one death, not one.
Yeah, everyone has their
entry.
own
So
portals. That's
there's
very
some stuff we
interesting.
need to figure out, but again, Jonathan and I need to talk about that and actually solve that. So
That's interesting, yeah, because the death seems like the important part. So as long as there's not like a way to cheat it, it seems like almost like you'd want to allow people to come and go as they please until they die, right?
yep, which
Yeah, they're not asking Ziggy about it. I'm shocked.
is a
Ziggy's not
potential
asking them
solution.
about the timeline for EA.
Can't say for sure, but yeah, 100%. That person is right for bringing that up, and it is on our radar for this coming week to have, or weekend as well, to have a solution for.
Yeah. So with this new league not having a specific like league mechanic, is it still a challenge league? Does it still have challenges?
It's actually
No,
I
there's
didn't think
there's no
so.
achievements or challenges
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, yeah. I'm pretty
these
sure
is-
we weren't going to do that for a little bit yet.
These
but
is, there's
Yeah.
not really, maybe later in early access, but for now, not really.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep it more about
Make
the
the
game
game.
and the mechanics and less about
I get it.
Make
I
the
get
the
it.
achievements. And the achievements will certainly, an achievement system and stuff like that will certainly be there with the full release, and we'll
Okay,
reintegrate all of that
I
over
understand.
Is there any plans for Stash Tab expansions, like for example, rune storage?
Oh,
Especially with
100%.
more runes?
Right now, I'm actually trying to at least add the affinity without adding a custom tab.
Oh,
Those
good.
two things appeared from an implementation standpoint, so
Yeah.
I want to try and divorce them so we can have affinities without
we
it.
Oh, yeah.
wanted to get those in this patch, but unfortunately they just
Yeah.
didn't quite make it.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I mean, it's actually quite likely to come in sometime,
It's-
like in a point release after, like
Yeah.
like within the 0 to 0.
As soon as the patch is
Yeah,
out
yeah.
and stable and we're
Yeah,
on
yeah,
top
yeah,
of things, it's going to be like, all right, we need to
Affinities
get
for
all those,
runes.
Like, UX
That's
quality of
good,
life
that's
things that we
good.
blatantly missed out on.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think
For
that-
example, like being able to add bookmarks to your atlas and
Yep,
write
that's,
the name.
that is one
that
that
is
we,
something
we
we are-
designed some stuff for it. We just haven't
Yeah.
got it
Yeah,
yet.
cool.
I want to say it's like 80% implemented right now.
Bookmarks for the
So it'll be
Atlas.
soon as we can.
Oh.
We'll get that in there.
Oh,
That is excellent. And on that note, we'll wrap things up today. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you
thank
very much
you.
for coming.
And thank everyone
There
for
we
Thanks
go.
for having me here. Great time. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm Ziggy D. And thanks for watching.
beautiful.
Bye-bye.
Oh my God. Beautiful. What a live stream. Don't leave yet. I promised something today, guys. Don't leave yet. I told you. It's the pinned comment in YouTube and Twitch, okay? I'm going to order Thai food, okay? After I set the giveaway live. I said I would give away one supporter pack, even if we didn't get a bingo, which, by the way, we did not get a bingo. I'm still going to do it. However, let me tell you, this is the third. I thought there were going to be new supporter packs. There weren't. RIP. There's not really new supporter packs. So I'm going to do a $30 early access pack. 300 points in early access key. I swear to God, if you're entering this and you already have EA or you don't have someone in your life that doesn't need EA, then I'm going to be mad. So you have to click exclamation point giveaway. Okay, it has started. You can do this on YouTube and Twitch. Exclamation point giveaway. Okay, there you go. If you want it, go for it. I rate this 8.5 out of 10. 8.5 out of 10. 8.5 out of 10 hype. That is my rating. All right. Here you go. All right, I am going to order my Thai. This is we're doing this for 5 minutes, guys. Okay. All right. Go. All right. Hi, I'd like to order takeout. Okay, thank you. What did I do? Mute myself? I'm not giving away any details, don't worry. That doesn't matter. I'm not giving away person. I'm a regular, so they don't need to ask a lot about me, you guys. I'm not giving away the tie. No, I'm getting the tie for myself. Yeah, I'm showing how polite I am on the phone. They know who I am. Or they should know who I am. Now you guys are making me second guess. I'm not going to say I want the usual because I recently started getting pineapple curry. And it's delicious. Wow, I missed out on the wave of people. The content reveal. Unfortunate I was delayed. They put me on hold. We've got 2 minutes, 54 seconds left. Yeah, they're going to hold the giveaway hostage. True. Totally. The announcements, I rated 8.5 out of 10. No new acts or anything. Which I guess is fine. No druid. Wow, I'm never put on hold. I never order this late though, guys. I usually have dinner 3 hours before right now. I've never ordered this late, so... Guys, we only have 72 entries. Look at this. You have a really good chance of winning an early access key. Okay. Should I look at some of the reception? Let's see the top Reddit threads. Let's see. Outdated Recombinator. The new design will allow you to select any number of mods from each item up to the limit. Might be a minimum of 2. It wasn't clear. The more mods you select, the lower chance of success. If the recombination fails, both items are destroyed. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the towers seem a lot better. I don't see a lot of complaints here. I see people saying it looks insane. Massive content. Hello? Hi, I'd like to get an order of chicken pineapple curry with medium spice. And a side of chicken satay. Yes, please. No, that's everything. Okay, awesome. Sounds good. All right, thank you. They must have a new person because they asked for my name. Oh. Oh. How dare they? 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is closed. Okay, you can no longer... No, I'm going to go pick it up. It's 5 minutes away. Oh my God, so I'm going to go drive and get it. Am I still muted? You liar, Schwingy. I'm not still muted. Okay. One winner. You ready? Who's it going to be? All right. I have to buy the supporter packet. You're going to get it in a few days because support has to give me the code. All right. The winner is... I can't read your name. I can't read your name. Are you in Twitch chat? You are in Twitch chat. Hello, 42199. Did you win? Are you here? Characters in either I don't know which language. It's a bot? Is that a bot? Is that a bot, you guys? Okay, bot, you need to prove you're listening to me. You got to prove you're listening to me. Okay? Say, I don't know. Might be a bot. I'm giving them a few seconds to answer. We're going to repoll. We're going to repoll. If they don't answer, you have to say, stupid beast. I won. I'm real. Okay? Something like that. All right? I got to go pick up my pineapple curry. So if this person doesn't respond, they're not responding. I'm not going to send them a CAPTCHA. They're too slow. All right. They lost. They lost. Sorry. Big winner. Aaron Horst. Aaron Horst in YouTube chat. You got to say something, bro. Aaron Horst? Do you exist? Are you real? The YouTube chat, who was actually, you know, not even on the stream. Oh, you won. Awesome. Aaron? Okay, Aaron, you got to join my Discord, and I'll friend you, and I'll send you the code via Discord in a few days, okay? Once I get it from support, okay? So the Discord's right there. Just go send me a message or send a message in the streaming chat of the Discord, okay? You're real. No. Yeah. You're real. No, I believe you. You're real. So go to the Discord. I'll friend you, and I'll send you the pack in a few days, okay? All right, perfect. Thanks, dude. Congratulations. If only we had more bingos, we would have more winners. But alas, we did not. All right, who we gonna raid? Let's raid. He's probably doing yeah, he's got a lot of people. I'll just raid him. Oh wow, they released all the nodes? Wow. Wow, is Arrow streaming today? Arrow. He's streaming. All right, we're going to raid Arrow. All right. Thank you all so much for watching this stream. I am so sorry for being late. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. No, I got to drive like 5-10 minutes. Very unfortunate I was late. I appreciate all of you for tuning in. Seriously, you know, swapping on over, that means a lot to me. On Saturday, we have a podcast with Dreamcore, Localhole, and Sir Gog, and we're going to be talking about everything revealed today. So I will see you all then. Until Saturday, stay sane, my fellow exiles. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much.
From Talkative Try